Hello.
Yeah, hello. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Mm. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today we start this conference with the slok. या कुंदे तु तुषार हारे धवला या सुप्रभस्तावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः दैवे सदा वन्दिता श्यामा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा. Good morning to everyone present here, respected dignitaries, estimated speakers, judges, scholars, faculty member, and dear participants. On behalf of Sarvasumana Association Bengaluru and ACS College of Engineering Bengaluru, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you all. The International Conference on Intelligent Information System Design and Indian Knowledge System Applications 2026. I am Dr. Mamta Mansoni, your moderator for today's session, and it is my privilege and honor to host this intellectually enriching event. So, now I would like to invite Dr. Senthil Kumaran, sir, convener of this conference. He is professor and dean, ACS College of Engineering, Bengaluru, a visionary academician and with the rich research experience in IoT, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, who has guided a multiple PhD scholars and has received a prestigious funded projects and published over 50 research papers. To kindly deliver the welcome message and officially inaugurate our conference, sir, the stage is yours, sir.
Thank you, madam. So I extend a warm and a respectful welcome to all the dignitaries, distinguished guests, delegates, researchers, academicians, industry experts, and students present here today for the International Conference on Intelligence Information System Design and Indian Knowledge System Applications. At the outset, I respectfully acknowledge my Honorable Chairman Dr. A.C. Shanmugam sir, my President E.R. Arun Kumar sir, my Chairperson Madam Lalita Lakshmi Madam sir. I take great pleasure in welcoming our respected patron, Mrs. Padmasri Murthy. I also extend a cordial welcome to our institutional leaders and organizers, Dr. R. Somasekhar Chairman, and Kirti S. Javalkar, Secretary and Convener, and Dr. Pranan Bakshi, and Dr. Rajesh, and Dr. Smith Kumar. The special and heartfelt welcome to our student volunteers members, Mrs. Vaibhav Jain and Mrs. Milan, whose enthusiastic and support contribute great to the smooth conduction of this conference. I am honored to welcome the members of National Advisory Committee members, Dr. G. Dhanlakshmi and Satish Sanjay and Suresh Babu, ASP, and distinguished members of International Advisory Committee members, Richard Hill, Australia, and Kong Fat Ung Lin, Ireland, and Gustavo, Bolivia. So I further extend to my respectful welcome to our Executive Director and Special Officers and our Principal Madam. So it is with great pride and pleasure that I extended my heartfelt great thanks to all the participants, delegates, and distinguished guests of International Conference on Intelligent Information System Design and Indian Knowledge System Applications. So because this conference is scheduled on 8th and 9th January 2026. So the convergence of intelligence information system with the profound wisdom of the Indian knowledge system offers the unique opportunity to explore holistic solutions to scientific and technological and educational challenges. The diverse of the perspective represented by researchers, academicians, and industry experts from across the globe in the true strength of this conference. And I am confident that the deliberations and interaction with inspired innovations, ideas, and forces long-lasting collaborations. I sincerely commend the organizing committee, keynote speakers, session chairs, reviewers, and contributors for efforts in making this prestigious international conference a really may serve as a catalyst for innovations, strengthen academic participants, and pave the way for more inclusive and knowledge-driven future. I wish all the participants on intellectually enriching and memorable conference and experience. Uh, and finally, so I like to thank everyone, and I just wish best wishes for the grand success of this international conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words and warm blessings.
Thank you, madam.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our first keynote session. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Satish R. Shankai. He is Associate Professor and Head Department of Information Technology, MGM University, India. He is an eminent researcher in natural language processing, machine learning, signal processing, and data science with the several international publications. Currently working on one project, and more than 10 papers are published in international journals. So, sir, we are truly honored to listen you, sir. And he's enlightened the topic on generative AI. So, sir, stage is yours, sir. Dr. Satish, sir.
Hello.
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah, you are audible, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. Actually, I was thinking there was some more, something more that was there in the session.
Sorry, sir.
Uh, there was some more, some initial talk was.
Sir, welcome message is completed. Now your session, keynote session is yours, sir.
Okay. Can you just give me your 2 minutes? I will.
Yes, sure, sure, sir.
Sure. Madam, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yeah. And audio clear?
Yeah, it's clear, sir.
Right. Thank you, madam. Sorry for the delay.
No issue, sir.
Actually, I was hoping something little bit later, but then it's not a. So I, Dr. Satish Sankar, heartily welcomes all the participants. Also, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee, Madhav University of Sirohi, which has organized this international conference on intelligent transformation systems, and ICIS. Basically, we know the ICIS has got a lot of things as to be, which was what we got dust trusted, and now with the evolution of the NEP, the IKS has come forwarded. We will be discussing about all these things, but then we are also supposed to think as well as history, as well as the new things. So my topic for today is generative AI with IKS, its capabilities, growth, and research frontiers. So I will be we will be discussing in a little bit format where we can have both the things. Okay, so I will start with my agenda. Agenda will be, we will be having an introduction. Then it will be about introduction. After that, we will be talking about generative AI, what that generative AI is there. I think everybody knows, but still we will be discussing about that. I will be talking about the framework and its applications. What are the capabilities that is there, and what are the areas of growth is there. And then we will be discussing how the IK is going to help this generative AI, and what are the different options that is available to all the participants. Definitely they are doing well with the current scenarios, but then what are the new opportunities awaiting for them, that also we are going to see in this sessions. So to start with, so generative AI has rapidly evolved us as a foundational technology capable of mimicking the human to create the content in the form of text, speech, image, music, as well as in the structured knowledge. It is doing the things instead of analyzing and classifying existing data. What it is doing, the change that has made from AI to generative AI is that now it is emphasizing on creation and synthesis. So it is now creating the new things that is there markets. We can see the different market segments where the AI is used. Now we are knowing that not a single person is left behind about how the AI is going to work. Okay, so all the sectors and everybody, if I talk about the end users, you can see that end users will be IT and telecom industry, EFS industries, retail and e-commerce are there. In healthcare, we are using healthcare, it will be useful, manufacturing, media and contents, and definitely to the students and everybody is going to use this, will be a part of this generative AI are there. Its applications are in different sectors: marketing and sales, customer services, product development, in supply chain, research, education, and everywhere. if we go with the generative AI, it was going to provide as a component, as a software, it is there in the market, or as a services it is providing, like we are using a chat GPT now. There are so many other things, we will be discussing about these things. If we want to see what are the different regions or countries where it is impacted, so you can see that it is worldwidely distributed. No regions is left out. A majority of the countries which is using it, US, Canada, UK, Germany, and definitely India is the highest markets that is going to play. The reason that I can say the generative AI market is projected is going to have the exponential growth will be there. It is going to be a $1 billion industries by 2030. Very soon it will be there. And what has happened from the 24 to 2030 itself, within a span of 5 to 6 years, it will be a huge market of a 200 billions. Whereas if I talk about the Indian market will be also crossing about 670 billions. Remember that the above figure is about talking about the dollar, whereas the below figure is talking with the what I can say rupees. So you can see the upper edge is there. And what are the things that is going to boost it is increased productivity, and or definitely automation will be there. Content creation, which has in India has got the highest market. Everybody, right from the retail seller to the wholesaler, everybody is using this for content creation for different purposes. It will be there in the digital transformation across IT, media, and all the other sectors. You can see how the global market is changed. If I talk just 5 years back, it was hardly below 1K million, okay, dollars. But by 2020, so if I see with the today's scenarios, it is below 5K million dollars market is there go in the globally, where it is expected to reach a 20K millions. The market is having around I can say 38.4% percent growth is there, which is there. Okay, so that is there, and it is driven by the automation, whereas if I talk about the Indian markets, Indian generative AI market is projected to grow from around 85 billion rupees to roughly 671 billions by 2030. The key areas that is going to boost. Okay, so we will have it is going to boost our productivity, and nobody is supposed to think, because now it is going to have millions of jobs with the generative AI. We are not saying that it is going to reduce the job of any individuals, but definitely it is going to increase the jobs. Okay, content creation and automation, as I already told you, there is a lot of things that is happening. So transforming the businesses processes into a creative industries, that is there. Even the investment landscape that we are seeing in India, the startup funding has seen a 30% jump, although it is quite behind the global figure. The reasons can be what we can say, cautions, that is precautions they are taking, and scaling uncertainties. Just like I can give one example that 2 years back, if everybody knows the gold price, and within a span of 2 years itself, you can see the gold price, which was at 50 or 60,000, now it has reached double. So that was more than 50% jump was there. So similarly here we are getting that particular jump within which will be there in this particular span. Madam, I am clear and audible now. If you have some things, let me know.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah.
Clear, sir.
Yeah. You can always disturb me if there is something that is not clear.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we have seen the market, how the market is growing. Now we will just go a little bit behind and we will see the timeline, how this today's scenario has come, and what was the basics of this. So in the timeline, if I talk, in 1966, MIT professor Joseph Wijibaum was there, who developed ELIZA. Basically, it was the first chatbot that simulates psychotherapist conversations. Okay, it was a significant breakthrough in the natural language understanding and human interaction. That was the ability to respond to the users. Okay, and it was based on pattern matching and simple language processing, because that was not the machines and all those were not at that particular stage. But slowly it evolves, and in 1985 we had Bayesian's network. That was one of the emerging powerful tool in AI. Okay, probabilistic model and causal analysis. It represented the probabilistic relationship between variables, directed graph, acyclic graph, helped in diagnosing, prediction, and decision making. After that, we had a leap in 1989, which was basically by Joshua Bengo, Jan LeCun, Patrick Hafner. They have revolutionized this thing with image recognition using a CNN. Okay, with CNN, visual data can be processed more accurately and effectively than traditionally. Using this method, it has shared weight and convolution, and we started using a deep learning was there, computer vision system and deep learning applications were a great breakthrough in this. Definitely I am skipping some of the points, but then before 2011, I would like to highlight in the year 2000, there was a neural network based approach was given. That was natural language processing task was developed as a speech recognition, machine translation, and text generation. That was once again one more we can say milestone in the history of this AI that was there. In 2011, and Apple, everybody knows Apple's how innovative it is there and how empathetically it thinks about the general users. So it has given us a Siri. We normally say, "Hey Siri, can you give me a joke for the day? Can you give me a news of today?" It was so much popular that everybody has started with the voice activated virtual. Currently, we are also using that. But that was the in 2011. It all started, and that was the really a milestone. After 2011, we had sorry, I missed 2014 was there, which has given us a generative adversarial network developed by Ian's Goodfellow and his colleagues. So they have introduced a framework of generative model. Okay, and using a two neural network, a generator and a discriminator. It was just like a gaming technologies training process was there, and this approach was one of the key parameters in today's model. So in 2017, attention is all you need. This was the paper by Vaswani and his group. If just let me check it out if this is available with me. Yeah. Able to see the paper?
Yes,
Yes,
sir, we
sir.
can see.
Yeah. So this was the paper which has brought what I can say, lot many changes in generative AI. So you can see all are the Google brains. This is all from the Google things. They have come together and they have given attention is all you need. So I will request all the participants and everybody who are more interested to go through this particular paper. Very good paper it is there, and it was this here where we had a mechanism of cell adaptation mechanism to capture long dependencies in sequences. Transformer was there, which outperformed the previous architecture in learning. So we will be discussing about those things in a short time. That was there. Okay. Then we had a BERT, GPT, and all those things were there. Okay, so that was also there. And after this, definitely the everything has changed. And currently, you know that 2024 to 25, last 2 years, Chat GPT 3.5 and Chat GPT 4, then Stable Diffusion 3 is there, Vloggers is there, Cloud is there, Divine is there. So many softwares and applications have got in the markets, and they have boomed and they have affected our life today. So this was all the little bit history of the generative AI. It is not today's, but it has started from 1966 and till today it has got reached to this particular thing. So basically, as you know, generative AI is a system that is going to give us text, image, audio, codes, algorithms, and everything. What is basics? I will be saying that behind this is some of the core components that was introduced here. So one of them is the foundational model. If I talk about the foundational model, I can tell you like something in every cities or the foundation pattern is there. Like for the students of to go in the IITs or there, every institute or every classes is going for the foundation course, which starts with the very basics. So these are the foundation models were there, which was having an overall idea. Not they are not masters in everybody, but then they have the idea of all the things. So that was the foundation model. So like for a science students, if he wants to go to the IIT, he must know basics of physics, basics of chemistry, biology, maths, everything he must be aware. So that was the one of the foundational model. And in this, we had a transformer. Okay, so transformer, I can say it was an architecture. Okay, and it was introduced in 2017. And it had a mechanism of self-attention. Basically, it was having a mechanism of self-attention. That was something like a blueprint of a building or blueprint of what I can say, a new model that was supposed to come. That was what a transformer has given us. After that, we were having a LLM. Okay. These are always the words that we are seeing. We are hearing about these words, buzzwords, I can say. These are the buzzwords. It is a large language model. Okay. So basically, whatever the transformer has given us as a blueprint, this LLM is, I can say, the building, the model, the constructive model. Okay. That is built using the transformer, and it is having a massive amount of data with it. Okay. So here we can talk with this LLMs. It is having a ChatGPT, Clouds, Llama, and definitely so many things are there. So transformer, I can say, was the engine, and LLM becomes my finished card, something like that. Okay, that was there with the two things. Then there came one more thing that was there in the diffusion models and transformer based multi-model systems. That was where we came across a BERT. Okay. And there was one more thing, that was RAG. Okay. So all the models which was up to LLM they were using, they were unidirectional. Unidirectional means it was taking from one direction only. To give a very example, suppose if I say a sentence for the natural language processing, I will give the example from NLP. Rohan goes to market. So this understanding of this becomes very clear that Rohan is going. So how it is related, that is there, that is giving me a clear idea. But if the sentence is what I can say, the sentence, if I go with the sentence, Rohan went to bank to deposit his money, then the word bank is having two different meaning. It can be a financial institution. So the previous models, which was a unidirectional, was unable to understand that key term bank, because when I say he went to the bank, the previous model was only in one direction. It was moving only in the forward direction. So where he went is Rohan went to bank. So he went to bank, but which bank is not clear. As a human, when I read the next sentence, to deposit his money, I immediately, from the money, I connect a bank, I go in the reverse direction. That was not possible in the generative adversarial network. And this is where the BERT has come. BERT that was there, it was there, and it has given us a bidirectional encoder. So it was giving me what I can say, in both the directions. So I was able to get connect complete sentences. That was the things that was there in the BERT. Then we were having one more thing that was there. What was the RAG was there. That is also helped a lot of things to get basically the things. BERT already was something like a, what I can say, he was like a super genius student. Okay, something like a student who was there and he didn't update the things, that was a part of BART. Although it was a directional and all those things, but it was having all the contents which was there in the book. So I can say he, whatever, suppose if I take an example of a student who has studied, completed his graduation or PG in the year 2020, and after that he didn't see the new advances, his answers will be based on 2020 knowledge. He will not have the current knowledge. He will not be there. And this was the place where RAG has come. Just mentioned that RAG, it was a retrieval augmented generation. Okay. So he becomes now a student who is knowing all the knowledge of current existing system. Okay, so it is something like it works, retrieves the information similar to the bird. Okay, but it also tries to answer those things that is there. One example that I can give you about with the BART, with the RAG, let us say if I asked a particular model, ChatGPT 3 is definitely with the RAG is there, but before that model 2.5, if I had a question, what are the new changes implemented in the what I can say IT sectors? So you know the new, every years the new changes are there. Every years the RBI is giving the new guidelines to the banks and all those things. So in the RAG, it will take all the new data, whereas in the BERT, it was only taking the previous data where it has stopped that particular thing. So that was the things that were there. Now, based on this, we were having the different applications were there. So I think there are so many things that can be, I can talk about the models and what are the key components of that. But I will stop here for the things. And the different models that is there, what I can just, if I can have, okay, I will check it out if it is possible for me before we go for the application parts. So just I will check it out how these things are going to help me out. Just let me check it out. Okay, the very first one I can say we are having this, you must have heard about, that is a Hugging Face, the AI community. Okay, this is just, I will be giving you the basics, not everything will be there. This is the one of the important communities where when I talked about transformers, models, this is the standardized model, and it is shared and loaded with the different models which can be adopted. It is having, you can see the data sets, models, and so many things, and it is all related with different things. You can see here the different tasks that it can do with the multi-models, computer vision, NLP, audio, and how I can get it is just I have to sign in, and then you will be getting this. You can see this models are there, so many models are there. I can select any one of them, and then directly I can start using them. It is just like a copy paste type of things that you can perform in your research. This will be very helpful for the new researchers. You will be also finding some demos. If you are not able to get those things, it is also telling you how you can incorporate this particular things and everything about that particular things. What are the, everything is covered here. So this will be definitely one of the key things that will be helping me out. Okay, so many things are there. with this, even data sets are available. In case if the new researchers are unable to find some data sets for a particular things, they can easily find out. Let us say I am interested with natural language data set. So you can see that question answers or data sets, natural reasoning, big birds, toxic natural, then entity, what I can say. For the working of the entities, legal entities related with the Kaggle entities and all those things. Everywhere I can go to get the different data sets can be there. Okay. That was there about the models that we were discussing. And I will share some of the things that is there. So these are the what I have taken is the three different models. First was the Divine, which is world's first fully autonomous AI software engineer, capable of handling complex engineering tasks. Okay, and with a single prompt, it was definitely, it has come into the particular thing. It has got its own AI and all those things there. Then we have got a vlogger, which is a generative models to create a photorealistic animated as well as a video of avatars from a single still image we can have. You must have seen those things on the reels. So many people are using those reels and all those things for video generations. Vlogger is there. Then stable diffusion. If you are still confused how to get the good image, if you are not able to make an image, then you can use a stable diffusion 3 image that can be there. Okay, where what it is doing is it's a special model which is converting a text into image. Okay, so based on the text itself, it can create an image. So you are supposed to provide a text and then it will be generating a image for you. So that was one of the things that was there. So Divine, as I told you, it was a paradigm shift towards autonomous software engineering. Don't think that it is going to replace the software engineers, but then yes, it is going to be helping them. It has got a capability of, it is fully autonomous. It can learn from the mistakes just like we do. It can work on the real world applications, and it is not something that it was there with the chat GPT or the cloud, which was there, which was using an assisted model, whereas Divine was a unassisted model. And SWE, which is the software working enterprise that was there, and it is helping us to check whether a particular software is good or not. So that is there. And for your knowledge, we are the newcomers, but what this was the what I can say, what do you call, tweet? Yeah, a tweet by Jana Dogan, she is a principal engineer at Google and works with the Gemini AI. What she says that, and this was the posted on 2nd of Jan, not long back, this week behind, that she says that I am not joking, Google engineers have worked nearly for the 1 year to build a one AI coding tool, and which was done by this Devin within an hour. So you can see that how fast this particular coding is there. That was there. Similar to in the software industries, we were having a vlogger that was used for generating a photorealistic avatars for single different images. I don't know whether I'm having some images or not. but we will be, okay, no I have problem. We will be coming across some of the images that will be there that we can think of, which is the key applications of vloggers is video editing, video speech translation, gaming, virtual realistic, and everywhere it is used. Then stable diffusion, as I told you, it is from text to image. I don't have to create any text. Now you must, everybody must have seen Mahabharata. That is an epic is there, which is created completely using this model only. Okay, so it is there with so many things that is happening. Then definitely we are supposed to, all those things are there. So how much time is there? Is there some thing that I can go with that?
No,
Sir,
sir,
you can
continue.
get time.
Yeah,
You can
so
get your
just
time.
let me know 10 minutes, 10 minutes before, so if in case the wind up requires.
Yes,
But
Yeah,
then,
take your time, sir.
yeah, up to 10:30,
10:15.
10:15. Okay, okay. Then yeah, so these are the research gaps that for you, everybody who are interested with the to contribute to our research community. This is the research gaps, I can say. The very first gap that is there in the generative AI I can find is explainability and trust. Basically, the models that is, it is all working. It is something like a black box. Okay, limited to why a model has generated such results, why this decision was taken or why this decision is not taken, why it is not in my favor. We cannot have anything, but we are supposed to do that particular. So interpreting generative model with a translate or transparent reasoning can be one of the areas where I can work for this particular type of things. With the regarding
sir.
bias, yes, sir.
Sorry, sir. For 1 minute, just see your chat box, sir. For chat.
Hello.
Yes, sir. For a minute, please see the chat message.
Sorry.
Once, please see the messages. Once. No,
No issue, sir.
in Zoom only.
After the lecture, we can take the questions, sir.
Yeah, we can have after this session.
Yeah,
That's why I said that I will be covering at a very faster rate so that we
no
can
issue.
have some questions.
Sure,
That will be
sure.
there.
Continue, sir.
Yeah. Then we will have a bias and fairness in ethics are there. Bias, so many bias is there. Different models are there. Training data bias causes a lot of problems. Especially there is a cultural bias, gender bias, language dominance, and all those things are there. That is the area where we can work. Like a very simple example I can give is whenever a guest comes to an Indian home, we were used to provide them with a good pani and something like that. Whereas in the Western countries, it is having something like they are putting a champagne and all those things. So you can see the difference, and based on the model will get the things only on the data provided to them. So we have got that lot of differences are there, which we can give it to the models and do the working there. Another issues that is there in current model is hallucination. Okay, and reliability. This hallucination is what exactly I can say, that we started on one particular topic, and because it is working on the, as I told you, probability and probability based model, it is working. So sometimes if one word goes wrong, and then it will continuously starts moving on the next direction. So that is where hallucination comes into the picture. Evaluation metrics are there. Lack of standardized metrics are there for the text quality, image realism, creativity, there are no such mechanisms are there, subject to human evaluations that we are supposed to think. Then there is a low resources of domains are there. Basically, for the Indian language, we don't have any, much of the things are to be studied. A lot of work can be done with the Indian languages. We will be seeing where these particular things are there. Then computational cost is definitely currently running very high. It is expensive. Enormous energy is required, and all those things are there. Then multimodal learning will be there. Now, how these things are going to overcome? So, what I can say, all these things, the what I can say, the lamp of lightning comes with the ICIS. To the generative AI model, although it has given so many things, but then ICIS will be the one. It will be as a it will be a profound reservoirs of structured, rule-based, with the holistic wisdom, which will be addressing the limitations of generative AI models. Okay, so we will be moving from the pattern recognition or based on the data sets towards a culturally aligned reasoning and authenticity. So ICIS can become a driving force behind this generative AI learning. Okay, so this is the next frontier. Now I am connecting, trying to connect the two things. That was our theme of our conference, ICIS. So I tried to have balance between the two. So what basically the generative models that we were creating is having a Western logic, and ICIS can provide an alternative. And it is a time tested. Means if we don't say that the knowledge of Indian knowledge, we don't requires to be checked. It was already checked in the millions of history long behind. We have seen about the Panchatantra. We know the importance of Panchatantra. Everybody has must have read the stories of Panchatantra, and from the Panchatantras we are getting so many things, learning the basics of our life. So similarly, there was ethical governance, structured generative rules where there was ragas, dharmas, and all those things. So ICIS will be a leading path that will be removing the gap, handling those problems. Okay, so where it will be with the logic Nyaya and all, Ayurveda, Gandharva Veda, and so many places where it can be there. So that is the reason why in the NEP 2020 has recognized that rich heritage of ancient and eternal Indian knowledge, and it has thought of bringing this into a mainstream in the education of India. So in NEP 2020, the ICIS has become one of the very important part. What are the different areas where you can work with the help of generative AI? I can just give you some of the problem statements can be there. First area that can be there is the language and text that was there. So we can have the different models. We can create large scale Sanskrit or Prakrit knowledge text using that was given in Vedas, Upanishads, Shastras, or Puranas. That can be that is inaccessible in computational research. So we can incorporate them and annotate as a corpora to make the generative AI model. That is where when I talked about a raga. So RAG is going to take that, but it has to be told. So if we give this things, definitely it will be giving us a more basics of this. So it will be there. We can use in the language and text generations where it can be there. Okay. It can be also used with the Bhasha style absence, and we can have Indian epistemological traditions. Okay. we can use it. It can be also used in arts and musics. We are having in arts and music, so problems related with the musics, because now you know that it can create its own, as we have seen in the generative AI model, that it can create a music, self music. We don't require, we will not be in the, it will be conditioned that you will be also able to create a poem, song, and then give it talk about music and everything. Okay, so this is where we can implement this, and it will not be a copied version, but what it will be there, what I can say, it will be, it is a synthesized new model. It is not copy paste something like that. It will be a melodic grammars and all those things will be there. We can have so many things related with the Indian musics and all those things. Then we can also have with the Ayurveda's medical. We know that, everybody knows that. Means although Western has given us operations and so many medicines and everything was there, but we know that Ayurveda was the first knowledge which was there with having all the knowledge of curing all the different diseases, right from the Vat, Pitta, Kalpa, or anything. Okay, so this can be integrated with the modern technologies, and then we can work on this. That can be the where we can have, as we have seen the yoga, which is now adopted worldwide. On 21st of June, we are everybody. It is taken as an International Yoga Day. So that is things like now the world is accepting the things that definitely the India is the highest provider of the knowledge that is there. Even it can be used in the agriculture and all those things were there. That was there in this particular thing. We were having those parts. And where the key component that was there, that is a changed, what I can say, is related with the approach. So the previous approach that generative AI is using, it relies on massive data sets, models, and models are where a black box. What goes inside, what is coming out, that was not there. But with ICIS, now you can have that particular thing, which will be a frontier paradigm or knowledge integrated. Close that door, I said. So that will be a knowledge integrated we will be having. It will be enforcing constraint, reducing the hallucination, enables an explainability. Definitely we are trying with the explainable AI, but then this will be giving us more guidelines. So the future of advanced AI is not just about a bigger model, but it has to be authentication, empathy, everything should be there. It has to be more like a human behaviors there, and that is where this ICIS will be helping us out. This is the things that you can, just what I talked about, the AI research gap and how ICIS can be aligned with this. It can handle the explainability and logic problems, converting a black box into a white box, giving a Nyaya, Indian Darshans, and all those things. It can remove a bias and ethics with the help of philosophy that we are Indian ethicals using it. Indian ethical philosophy is there. The low resources of languages can be overcome by building a generative models for Sanskrit and other Indian languages. Domain specific, we can have something like that. Okay, we can have the ragas and all those things will be there. And we can also have in the healthcare, as I told you, that will be there. That was the thing that is there. Before, can I just, okay, just give me 1 minute, see if I can. I just wanted to. Uh, okay. Is everybody able to see the screen? Just I will give.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you can see this. This is once again Google AI Studio. Basically, we have started using it, ChatGPT and all those things without doing this. Some of the features that is there covered here. So what I will be just telling you is some of the things that is there that you can work with this. 2 minutes demo. I will be telling you about this. Here, whatever I type, that will be coming. How so if I just give it like this particular task and then I ask that question, so it is just thinking and it is going to give me that particular answers, but then my level can become something very different. So we may not be uh, how the things are going to work it for me. So you can see that all the things are there and we are taking as it is. But what I am going to tell you is about this system instructions. What is this system instructions is there? This is a clear, this you should do it when you are using the AI. This will help the AI model to understand what is your role, how you are, what you are, and then accordingly it will answer the things. Let's say I just wanted to know why the sky is blue, and if I am a very small kids, let's say if it is the 5 years student is wanted to know why the sky is blue, and if it talks about all the physics and all those things, the answer may not be the correct, which he may feel that Google is giving something very different answers, and vice versa. If it gives the answers which is very below the level of that, then that cannot be there. So what I can give is I can always give my role. So I can say that as a system, who I am. So basically, I can say, if you tell them I am a researcher, uh, just 1 minute, madam.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, sorry. So if I tell here I am a researcher, so he can start thinking with that direction. If you are a new researcher or if you are a expert, you should tell that particular things that will be coming as a system instruction, and this will be helping you out to create the answers that is given by the things that will be mapping this particular thing. So that is one of the things that are there in this settings you should do when you are using. Then there is one more. So many media resolutions are there. I can talk about how the media should be there, whether it is a low, high, medium, something like that. I can also have the thinking levels. Thinking level will be going to give me what type of thinkings I want. If I put a thinking level high, the model will be collecting the data from the different zones and different areas. It will be giving the answers in that particular format. So you are supposed to think how the things I'm going to put, what answers or what level I require. So that can be the thinking level. Then there is one more important things that is we are playing with. These are the parameters. These are the parameters that is required to be set. We have the temperature where I can slide this. I can make it 2 and I can put it 0. The reasons why it is there is basically it is helping me to and definitely it is going to make hallucination also. Okay, when I put it high temperature, like if I put it at 2, then it tells the transformer just pick the most likely next word. Okay, it is creative. Okay, I can say it is creative, but then joystick will be there. Okay, so that will be there. Means it can start taking the data from various domains. Let us when I starts, what I can say. I can give examples of that. Banking rules or taxation rules. So when I put it as a 2 as a taxation rule, it will give me taxations of all the different types, whether it is in India, outside India, maybe the different things that can be there. So this becomes little bit, it takes a vast area, and when I put it something like near to 0, it will be precise. It will search the things, but my answers will be a precise, and it will be a little bit a robotic type of things will be there that is going to have. And check these things. These will be some of the places where you can work with this. I think that is what the things are there. There are so many things that can be taught, but then due to time lag, put some things for you so you can work with this, and we will move to the next session. That is, I will stop there. Here we can have some question and answers. So that is there. That's all I think from my sides. Any questions will be there.
If any question from the audience, please unmute yourself and ask the questions to sir.
Yeah, anybody is. There are no questions. I can think that.
Yeah, good morning, sir. It was a really wonderful session, sir. Just want to know one thing. that does generative AI uses neural networks?
Hello.
Yes, I just
Yes, sir.
yes, sir. I want to know if generative AI uses neural networks also.
AI is so it is a helping tool. Basically, now it will be the things that we are going to have. It, uh, as I already told you that there is no replacements. It's not going to take away the jobs, but definitely going to create so many things that will be there. At the end, to end up, what I can should go with the next one. So that was all. So thank you. The only things that I would like to tell to all the things that we should use uh, generative AI as a tool. And for the research, it is more important that our contributions plays a more important role. So there should be always our contributions, either in the form of the algorithms, dataset, or the framework. That's all from my side. Uh, I think we can stop here, or is there something there?
If anybody have no question, anybody have the question now? Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for your sharing such an insightful knowledge on generative AI. Your talk has truly set an excellent intellectual foundation for today's discussion. Thank you so much, sir.
Madam, it was everything was visible up to end, na?
Yes, sir. It's visible, all
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah. At one place, I have seen that the screen paused, so I whether it
No, sir. It's visible, sir. And
was
please
visible.
remain with us.
This is what, once again, I can give you one more example demo of this. This is the generative AI landscape that was there. So you can see that how good image is created by the generative AI. Only the thing is, we are supposed to use it. Best prompt, best things are going to outcome.
That's
Then
really great.
questions is always there. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please remain with us, sir.
Your due permissions, can I leave?
Yeah, stop your sharing screen, sir. And please remain with us for the oral presentations. Judge. Okay. Now we begin the oral presentation session. So I request our respected judges. First one is Dr. Satish sir, and second one is Dr. G. Dhanalakshmi ma'am. She is assistant professor at Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences, Bangalore. Expertise in computational biology and phytochemistry. She was guided 5 masters of philosophy and 50 masters of science projects and research work. She was published over 50 research papers in the national and international conference and journals. And our third respected judge is Dr. Dipali Vishawane. So, all the judges, please kindly evaluate all the presentations. And I request presenters to strictly follow the time limits. I now invite Deborah Shaban, V. Manmohini, and P. Rajkumar. Paper title is Synthesis Characterization of PEG Stabilized gold nanoparticle for sensitive detection of water, pollutant, and volatile organic compound in biomedical applications. Please share your screen. Who is going to present this paper?
Good morning, everyone. Is my voice audible?
Yeah, your voice is audible. Please start your presentation.
All right. Good morning. I'm Dr. S. Deborah, Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering from Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, Chennai. And today my presentation is going to be on synthesis and characterization of PEG stabilized gold nanoparticles for sensitive detection of water pollutants and volatile organic components in biomedical applications. So the abstract here is PEG stabilized gold nanoparticles exhibit excellent optical and chemical properties. PEG enhances stability, dispersion, and biocompatibility. Synthesized via chemical reduction of HAUCl4 in alkaline medium of pH 11 with PEG 6000.
Hello, ma'am. Your screen is not changing. Your slide is not changing.
It's not changing, but here for me, it's maybe due to a network issue, I believe.
Maybe possible, but here is not changing. So please resolve this.
One moment. Give me a minute. I'm trying to share again.
No issue. Now changing.
Okay. Yeah.
Start your presentation.
Yes. So I'm giving a brief abstract of our work. PEG stabilized gold nanoparticles exhibit excellent optical and chemical properties. It enhances stability, dispersion, and biocompatibility. It is synthesized via chemical reduction of HAUCl4 in an alkaline medium with PEG 6000, varying with weight of 6 to 24%. FTIR confirms PEG functionalization. DLS studies shows particle size varying from 9.9 to 15.5 nanometers. Higher PEG concentration improves dispersion and reduces aggregation. Effective for detecting water pollutants and VOCs in exhale breath. Potential platform for real-time environmental monitoring and non-invasive diagnostics. Introduction. Water pollution and respiratory diseases are pressing global health concerns of the day. Rapid, cost-effective, and non-invasive detection methods are the need of the hour. Gold nanoparticles have unique optical, chemical, and physical properties, enabling sensitive detection of environmental pollutants and biomedical analysis. Research gap. Existing PEG gold nanoparticle studies focus on single application, either water pollutants or biomedical sensing. Limited systematic investigation of PEG concentration effects on nanoparticle stability and sensing performance. Two studies address dual use platforms for both environmental monitoring and VOC detection in breath. But current studies often lack scalability, rapid response, or field deployable designs. The need for optimized PEG gold nanoparticles that balance stability and sensitivity for non-invasive diagnostics and real-world pollutant detection. Objectives of our work is to synthesize PEG-stabilized gold nanoparticles under controlled alkaline conditions, characterize nanoparticles using FTIR and DLS studies, evaluate efficacy in detecting water pollutants and VOCs, optimize PEG concentration to enhance stability and sensitivity. Novelty here is systematic study of PEG concentration effects on gold nanoparticle synthesis in an alkaline media, tailor surface properties for dual applications, environmental and biomedical, extends beyond citrate-based stabilization used in other studies. The key features is to develop a scalable synthesized protocol for stable gold nanoparticles for water pollutant detection, demonstrate absorbance-based detection in tap water samples, provides insights into PEG gold nanoparticle interaction, facilitating VOC sensing. It paves way for integrated, non-invasive diagnostics and environmental monitoring tools. The literature survey here highlights few works done by other authors. Ompeng et al. On his work on one-step gold nanoparticle reduction with PEG gylation for histamine detection, uses PEG gold nanoparticle synthesis with colorimetric detection, which is limited to histamine, may not extend to other biomarkers. Nugent et al. In his work on stability for PEG gold nanoparticles under biological conditions used DLS and zeta potentials biocompatibility assays. He focused on stability non-tested in real-world pollutants or VOC detection. Kojima et al. On his work on PEG effect on nucleation for DNA functionalized gold nanoparticles used PEG-mediated nucleation DNA functionalization. It had a complex functionalization. PEG effect may vary with different biomolecules. Nanam, in his work on nanosensors approach for VOC detection in exhaled breath, used gold nanoparticle-based nanosensors, which had limited VOC types analyzed. Sensor selectivity could be challenging. Fernandez, on his work on SCRS-based breath analysis, followed our surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy, which is not easy equipment, may not be easily portable. Sultana, in his work on colorimetric sensing of emerging contaminants in water, used gold nanoparticle synthesis, functionalization, and aggregation methods, had stability issues, interference from real water samples, field deployment challenges were there. So in our proposed methodology, we synthesize PEG-stabilized gold nanoparticles via a controlled chemical reduction in an alkaline environment. PEG acts as a capping agent, enhancing stability, dispersion, and biocompatibility. It prevents nanoparticle aggregation while enabling sensitive interaction with analysts, could be used for emerging pollutants in water and volatile organic components. The workflow picture is shown here. PEG synthesized preparation. We dissolve PEG 6000 in distilled water to form a stable capping solution. A concentration we varied from 6 to 24 weight percentage, controls nanoparticle size and sensitivity. We stir it at 100 RPM for 10 minutes for uniform distribution and to avoid bubbles. PEG prevents aggregation and enhances colloidal stability. The table here shows parameters for PEG distribution, the various concentrations, the volume of distilled water, stirring speed, and dissolution time is displayed here. Gold nanoparticle preparation. We add a HAUCl4 to the prepared PEG solution to initiate gold nanoparticle nucleation. Continuous stirring ensures uniform dispersion of gold ions, preventing uneven growth. PEG absorbs onto nanoparticles, enhancing stability during formation under controlled precursor and PEG concentration. Alkaline environment favors reduction of gold nanoparticles, and synthesis is done at room temperature for safety and energy efficiency. The synthesis process is detailed in the table below. pH adjustment is done using NaOH to raise the pH from 3 to 11 for gold nanoparticle reduction. Color changes from yellow to ruby red due to surface plasmon resonance. Higher pH value results in faster reduction, and PREG prevents aggregation. The rate at which it is done is shown here. The pH adjustment details are displayed in the table below. Nanoparticle characterization. We do FTIR and DLS studies post synthesis. FTIR studies confirms PEG attachment via vibrational peaks. DLS measures hydrodynamic diameter varying from 9.9 to 15.5 nanometers and polydispersity. It ensures stability, uniformity, and suitability for pollutant detection. The FTIR and DLS equations are shown here. FTIR peaks at various frequencies are at 1645. We have a PEG capping confirmed. The peak at 2870 confirms PEG's presence. The peak at 1350 indicates nanoparticle stability and indicator. The peak of FTIR at 1100 indicates surface functionalization. Detection and assay preparation. We mix gold nanoparticles with tap water in the ratio of 1:1 and incubate it at 10 to 15 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes. Localized surface plasmon resonance results in pollutants alter refractive index and absorbance. The binding affinity is given by Lackber isotherm and gives frequent free energy. Ensures equilibrium binding and optimized sensitivity for heavy metals and contaminants. The detection assay conditions, which I had discussed above, is shown in the table below. UV study of the nanoparticles. We scan it at around 300 to 800 nanometers. The peaks are absorbed at 520 nanometers, indicating pollutant binding. Higher absorbance indicates higher sensitivity, which happens with 6% weightage. Absorbance is also good here. Calibrate sensor response to pollutant concentration changes. If you see in the table below, with 6 weight percentage, you have an absorbance of 0.33, which indicates higher sensitivity. At 12 weight percentage, absorbance is of 0.28, which is moderate sensitivity, and with 24% weightage, we have absorbance, very low absorbance of 0.25, which indicates low sensitivity. Stability test valuation. We compare PEG concentrations for particle size, aggregation, and performance. As seen above previously, low PEG value of 6 weight percentage indicates small particle size of around 9.5 nanometers, which has high sensitivity but higher aggregation. High PEG value of 24 weight percentage forms large particles of around 15.5 nanometers, which are more stable but has low sensitivity. The stability zeta potential formula is given here. Efficiency is ratio to sensitivity and noise is shown here. The PEG concentration for various weight percentage, the particle size formed at those weight percentages, the absorbance, the aggregation is all displayed in table below. Experiment. Synthesis of PEG stabilized gold nanoparticles via chemical reduction of HAUCl4 in an alkaline medium. We use PEG 6000, which enhances colloidal stability and prevents aggregation. Controlled lab conditions, no advanced simulations are required. Data analysis done using Python for UV and DLS data processing on standard workstations. Simulation is done on NanoHub tools for plasmomic response prediction prior to experiment. Focus is on empirical validation, reproducibility, and optimization of PEG concentration. Experiment parameters that we had discussed are shown here in the table below. Gold nanoparticle formation and stability depend on precursor levels, pH, reducing conditions, and stabilizing ligands. PEG 6000 effectively capped the nanoparticles with pH 11, enabling controlled nucleation confirmed by the color shift to deep red from yellow to deep red. Higher PEG concentration of 24% and 12% produce stable, well-dispersed gold nanoparticles, which are validated by FTIR studies. At 6%, PEG formation slowed, and at 3%, PEG gold nanoparticles did not form due to insufficient stabilization. As you see here from the FTIR studies done at 24 weight percentage and 12 weight percentage of PEG, it indicates good formation of gold nanoparticles. FTIR confirms successful PEG capping on gold nanoparticles. The peaks observed at 6,645 indicates double CO stretch, peak at 2870 as a CH stretch, 1350 CH bending, at peak at 1100 indicates COC ether stretch. These peaks verify strong PEG gold nanoparticle interaction and stable surface coating. Similar spectra for 24 weight percent and 12 weight percent of PEG indicate uniform PEG attachment. Consistent pegalization supports long-term stability and enhances sensing performance. The FTIR spectral analysis of PEG cap gold nanoparticles synthesized are shown here. The DLS studies confirm particle size and stability of PEG-capped gold nanoparticles. Higher PEG concentration, better stabilization, and smaller particle size. Sizes varied from 15.5 nanometers to 9.9 nanometers with various weight percentages of PEG. Low PDI indicates uniform, highly uniform nanoparticles. PEG provides steric repulsion, preventing aggregation. The figures shown here are indications of the various DLS analysis done. Detection of pollutants in tap water. So PEG-capped gold nanoparticles were tested with tap water to observe pollutants, induced spectral changes. For 6 weight percentage of PEG showed higher absorbance of 0.25 to 0.33, indicating superior sensitivity. Lower PEG, more exposed gold nanoparticle surface, enhancing pollutant binding. Higher PEG value of 12 to 24% reduced sensitivity due to stronger surface shading. Absorbance shifts confirm effective nanoparticles pollutant interaction, which results validate PEG gold nanoparticles as a simple, cost-effective tool for water contamination detection. As you see here, the peaks here at 520 nanometers indicate the ability of gold nanoparticles to detect water pollutants. Pegalization improves gold nanoparticle stability, dispersion, and biocompatibility. FTIR and DLS studies confirm strong PEG gold nanoparticle interactions. The particle size that we achieved here is from 9.9 to 15.5 nanometers. Color change absorbed from yellow to ruby red indicates surface plasmon resonance. Water pollutant detection, higher sensitivity at lower PEG value of 6 weight percentage. VOC detection, gold nanoparticles interact efficiently with biomarkers. PEG tuning affects reactivity. It enables rapid, sensitive environmental and biomedical sensing. The references that we have used for our work is shown here. Thank you. Any queries?
Hello. Any question from judges?
Hello. Hello. I'm audible.
Yes, madam.
Good morning to all. I have a question. Why
Yes,
you are choosing that gold nanoparticles?
Gold nanoparticles are very effective in detecting of for various volatile organic components.
Okay.
And also for especially for water pollutant, environmental pollutant detection purpose, gold
Okay.
nanoparticles are very effective. And
Okay. Okay. If there is any purpose for PEG also,
Yes.
can I know what is the reason for the PEG?
PEG, and it helps in encapsulating the gold nanoparticles.
Yeah. Because titanium oxide it will be there, carbon that is nanotube it will be there. These are also good for the nanoparticles for organic component identifying the pollutant. So that's why I'm asking why you are choosing this specific nanoparticles.
See, we tried with citrate also, but this provided us with better results.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Any other question from other judges? Okay. Very good presentation, Deborah ma'am.
One question, please.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to know the Python libraries used in this work.
Python is used as in the system, DLS system. It is used as a platform for studies, analyzing the results.
The libraries you did not use?
Sorry, sir? Not specific library. It's in the
Okay.
device.
Okay.
Okay. This is very good presentation. Now, please stop your sharing screen.
Okay.
And I would like to invite Shai Kiran. So for the paper title is Demystifying a Databricks Ecosystem, an industry-oriented guide to Lakehouse architecture. Please share your screen and start your presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible and visible as well.
Okay.
Start your.
My name is Saikiran Gogineni. I am from Mallareddy MR deemed to be University. So today's my title is Demystifying the Databricks Ecosystem, an industry-oriented guide to Lakehouse architecture. So coming to the problem statement, the rapid growth of data has created a need for platforms that are capable of storing both structured and unstructured data and effectively processing data, capable of analyzing them and creating a machine learning models out of them. So traditional data lakes and warehouses often lack this flexibility and performance. So a new lakehouse paradigm is introduced. Databricks is an implementation of lakehouse paradigm that is cloud native and built upon Apache Spark. However, I have noticed that there is a lack of substantial academic work describing the Databricks ecosystem in academia. So our paper presents a comprehensive description of the Databricks ecosystem, showing it both as an architecture and a platform already in use. We also present an experiment that is designed to bridge the gap between theory and practice by demonstrating the ingestion of data, feature engineering, and basic fraud detection. Coming to the introduction, there are two popular paradigms already in the market. One is the data warehouse, the other one is the data lake. So conventional data warehouses store structured data for analytical needs, such as reporting. The most popular library is Power BI. But they lack flexibility to incorporate unstructured data. On the other hand, lakes can store semi-structured and unstructured data using batch processing. But the issue with the data lakes is they cannot provide ACID guarantees. Basically, ACID means atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. So the new lakehouse model provides best of the both worlds to store and process a variety of data types all in a single platform. So one of the popular implementation of this lakehouse model is a Delta Lake. Delta Lake provides ACID compliance and allows both batch and streaming workloads through Spark Streaming API. Delta Lake also adds advanced features such as time travel and fine-grained data governance at scale. This is the Databricks ecosystem. Basically, we have two planes in the Databricks ecosystem. One is the control plane and the other one is the data plane. So this control plane is basically hosted by the Databricks cloud account. When it comes to the data plane, we need to be already a customer of either of the three popular clouds, either Azure, AWS or Azure. So underneath, Databricks architecture is already using a cloud provider. So when it comes to the control plane, we can have the web application where we can interact with the system. We have repos, notebooks, jobs scheduling, and cluster management. And at the back end, we have a customer cloud account providing the storage and the computing power. So we'll go through each of these components plane wise. First, we will go to control plane. When it comes to cluster management, Databricks clusters are required for computation. They provide the distributed Spark environment where jobs run. So basically, there are two types of clusters. One is all-purpose cluster, and another one is job cluster. So all-purpose clusters are created from workspace or API manually by the user. So if I need to work on something, I need to code. I need to first create a cluster and attach my notebook to the cluster so that I can run the code. So it gives the computation power. On the other hand, a job cluster is created automatically by the job schedulers. So if at the moment I'm not working on the code, but I want this code to be run tomorrow at a particular time, so I can just write my code and assign it as a job. So at tomorrow at a particular time, the Databricks architecture will automatically assign a compute cluster, job cluster, and it will run the job. So there is no control over the job clusters, but there is a control over the all-purpose cluster. So all-purpose cluster is best suited for development use cases, whereas job clusters are suited for deployment or production use cases. So a all-purpose cluster can be shared between users for collaboration, whereas a job cluster cannot be shared. The other component of the control plane is notebooks, basically a workspace. A Databricks workspace is a collection of notebooks to perform analytics and machine learning. Notebooks are flexible and they recognize nearly all programming languages like Python, SQL, Scala, R. So what's the main benefit of using a notebook in Databricks architecture is it allows users to really shift between languages. Like in one cell, I can write percentile SQL and I can write a SQL code. And in the next immediate section, I can write percentile Python and I can write Python code. So I can execute many languages in the same notebook. So data can be queried, transformed, model trained, all working in the same notebook across languages. So this eliminates the need to work in multiple environments. So there can be a boost of 30% efficiency. Users can place notebooks in personal folder like users username for individual use case, and also place the notebooks in shared folder for team or project use. Workspace combines with Git to provide version control and continuous integration and continuous deployment support. When it comes to jobs and job scheduler in Databricks are important for managing automated workflows. Jobs can run notebooks, jar, Python scripts, or use Spark Submit to trigger tasks based on a schedule or in response to a defined event. This functionality supports a wide range of tasks, like it can perform ETL, extract, transform, load operations. It can retrain a machine learning model. It can generate reports automatically at the specified time. It involves cron style scheduling. So I can schedule the work at the time I want, or I can schedule it as per the response to an event that occurred. So we have event-based triggers. We have retry policies, like if any job failed, so I can mention how many times I can retry. We have limits on concurrently executing jobs and notification alerts. This scheduled execution means workloads can be executed reliably without manual intervention, thereby reducing operational costs and human error. And we have this ML Flow module with us. So Databricks ML Flow is an end-to-end platform designed for managing machine learning lifecycle from experimentation and machine model learning to production. So ML Flow helps users to keep track of experiments. So every run records the associated parameters. So what are the hyperparameters I have used for my experiment? It's gonna record them, and it's gonna also record the associated metrics that I have got, like accuracy, F1 score, precision, RMSE, whatever it might be. All the artifacts associated with the model will be saved. So what's the use of saving those? So if I want to rerun the model tomorrow, this aids in completely reproducing the experiment. MLflow has shown to limit duplication by 20 to 30% since model lineage and past experiments were clearly visible. SQL Analytics endpoint. The Databricks SQL Analytics endpoint functions as serverless compute. Like if I want to execute a slice of code on a notebook, I need to attach a cluster and then I need to run the notebook on the cluster. So, basically, I need a compute. It's a server compute, but SQL Analytics endpoint comes with a serverless compute. Whenever a user submits a SQL statement to Databricks SQL Analytics endpoint, it automatically provisions compute on the user's behalf, which can scale horizontally if there are multiple requests. So auto scaling is provided. So we need not to worry about how many clusters we need to allocate for a particular job. In addition to dashboards, analytic endpoints also offer scheduled queries and alerts. I can schedule a SQL query when to run. So analytics can redefine recurring queries to continuously monitor a specific variable in a table. So importantly, SQL Analytic endpoints include simplest methods to connect to BI tools such as Power BI and Tableau. The another interesting module is Unity Catalog. It provides fine-grained access control, centralized data discovery, and lineage tracking for all the assets in the lakehouse. So assets can be files, tables, everything. This allows users to define permissions at catalog, schema, table, row level, column level. Administrators can define access policies on columns and grant access to only subset of data according to the data department. Like if I belong to a particular department, I can only access the rows or columns belonging to my particular department. So I don't have any access to the records belonging to the other department. So this significantly reduces the risk of unauthorized data exposure. Unity Catalog also offers end-to-end lineage tracking of the data. It tracks the ingestion, transformation, and consumption of all the data sets. Suppose I have a finally curated report, I can go back, like what was the data set that, from where this report has been generated. I can actually see all the transformations applied. So visually, I can track the lineage of the data. So these are the objects and what are the types of the permissions that we can allocate. So on the top comes catalog with create, use, manage, and drop. Schema comes with create, use, manage, drop. We are already familiar with the table or view. We have all kind of permissions that we can put on the table like insert, select, delete, merge, modify. When it comes to column, we can only select or we can mask it if it is a secure column. We can assign row level security policies. If it is a function, we can only execute and manage it. So we have completed one plane, that was the control plane, which was hosted on the Databricks platform. But there is another plane, data plane, that is associated with the cloud account. The provider has this data plane. So Delta Lake is the foundation of Databricks data plane that provides asset guarantees on large data sets. It has a transactional log associated with it. So what this transactional log does is it captures every change. So there are 4 important features. So you can ask me, like, there is already Azure in the market, there is already AWS and Google Cloud. So what's the new thing that Databricks is bringing with it? So Databricks comes with this Delta Lake concept. So this Delta Lake has these 4 most popular concepts. It's a restore feature, allows for a rollback to entire previous version of a table in few seconds. It's history if needed. Optimize merges multiple small Parquet files into fewer bigger files, which lowers metadata overhead and speed up query execution. Z-order is a method of organizing related records on disk such that query engines can skip meaningfully large chunks of irrelevant columns. So I can only fetch the columns or the rows that the query is associated with. So I can potentially skip 90% of the irrelevant blocks. To manage the storage growth, vacuum command will safely delete older files and also files that have not been referenced. And it's protected by data retention policy of the organization. So Databricks file system is implemented on top of storage solution like ADLS if it's from Azure. It is a cloud storage layer. Simply, it's a POSIX-like file system. The file system is available to work with notebooks, jobs, and APIs and allows users to work with data using familiar file operations. DBS file system also allows a user to mount to external cloud locations to process the data. Data in DBFS is typically stored in either Parquet or Delta tables. Parquet files allow for better compression and predicate pushdown, resulting in queries that can be 2 to 4 times faster than similar queries. Cloud storage, as I said, we have the opportunity to choose the cloud provider. For our Databricks account, we can either go with Azure, Google Cloud, or Amazon. So Databricks depends on native cloud storage with AWS S3 or GC. These storages offer nearly limitless scalability, 99.99 durability, and an efficient way to separate computing from storage. These storages connect with DBFS through secure mounts, allowing Delta tables and Parquet files to stay intact regardless of the cluster status. Coming to the experiment section, the goal of the experiment was to evaluate the efficiency and performance of Databricks clusters in a single node cluster configuration, a fixed multi-node cluster configuration, and an auto-scaling multi-node cluster configuration. The synthetic dataset developed for the experiment is a set of financial transactions that contains attributes such as transaction ID, user ID, timestamp, amount, merchant category, country, and a binary fraud label. Three different data sizes were taken, 200K, 2 million, and 20 million records were used to demonstrate the scalability in the experiment. All the experiments were conducted using Delta Lake tables stored in DBFS. The workloads were tested on Azure D8 V3 virtual machine, which is configured with 8-core CPU and 32 GB RAM per node. The single node cluster has just a driver node, whereas the multi-node cluster has one driver and 4 worker nodes. The auto-scaling cluster had the same configuration as multi-node, but allowed for a minimum of 2 and 8 nodes during on the workload demand. And we don't have any control over this scalability allotment because the Databricks will take care. Coming to the workflow, the workload has 4 total stages. The first stage is the ingestion of the synthetic data into the Delta tables. Second, we developed ETL, which includes filtering high-value transactions, creating features, user-level aggregations, and average transaction amounts per user. Third one is we executed analytical queries that computed average transaction amount per merchant category. Finally, we developed a logistic regression model that classifies fraudulent transactions with Spark MLIP. So these are the results. The first one was, as I said, we have 4 stages. I have omitted the first stage in the results section. The first table was related to performing ETL operations. What was the time the machine took to complete the ETL process in case of single node, fixed multi-node, and auto-scaling multi-node. So we can observe that for 200K, there wasn't much difference. Almost all the configurations performed similarly. But when it comes to 20 million, as the data grew, we can see a significant time lapse. Like single node took almost 9.2 seconds and fixed multi-node took 1.9, but an auto-scaling multi-node took 1.5. The second table is associated with the querying time, and the third table is the time associated for training the machine learning logistic regression model. So almost in every experiment, it was clear that an auto-scaling multi-node performed efficiently, like it took only 0.18 milliseconds, 62. This is the graphical representation of the same runtime comparison. Coming to the conclusion, this paper provides an in-depth examination of Databricks ecosystem and its unified capabilities to perform data engineering, analytics, and machine learning. Through a set of control experiments, we demonstrated the superiority of multi-node distributed clusters over single-node clusters. In addition, we illustrated the benefits of auto-scaling that adjusts clusters according to workload demands. Databricks integration with Delta Lake, Spark, and MLflow provides a robust paradigm for managing and analyzing structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data in batch and streaming. Our findings demonstrate that while a single node clusters are useful for prototyping or small data sets, production workloads performed exponentially better. It's not linearly, but exponentially better with a multi-node and auto-scaling architecture. I'm done with my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Any question from judges? Any question from audience?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, I just want to see the front end of your model. If it is published in any, you have made any software or app, or you
It
can
was not
even
a,
show from your
it's not
system.
it's not a mobile application or a web application, but it's basically all the code goes in the cloud provider. I need to log into the cloud provider like Azure Databricks with my credentials, and then I need to code in the notebooks, attaching it to a cluster. So it's not kind of published one. Everything that I have done is within the cloud provider.
Do you have any screenshot for the same?
Not right now, sir.
Okay. No problem.
Okay. Very good presentation. Now I would like to invite again Shai Kiran.
Yeah, I will be presenting the next presentation as well. Bear with me.
Paper title is End-to-End Data Analysis of Brazilian E-commerce Transactions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, start your presentation.
The title of the presentation is End-to-End Data Analysis of Brazilian E-commerce Transactions. Is the slide changing, ma'am? Were you able to see the slide?
Yeah, it's changing.
Okay. Coming to the problem statement, modern e-commerce platforms are producing large amounts of data these days. The data is crucial as it provides insights about customers, products, and logistics procedures in the company. In our paper, we discuss end-to-end data analysis of Brazil e-commerce dataset. We incorporated several steps such as data preprocessing, feature engineering, exploratory analysis, and advanced statistical modeling to find out complex patterns in the dataset. Coming to introduction, if we discuss the popularity of e-commerce, Brazilian e-commerce revenue was 45 USD million by in 2025. It was expected that 94 million new customers will be placing online orders in 2026. So this rapid growth of e-commerce motivates us to understand the customer behavior better. This was the dataset that we have used. It was available in the Kaggle. So it was popularly known as ALLIS dataset. So the dataset has almost 8 tables: payments table, products table, reviews, orders, items, sellers, customers, and geolocation. So all these tables were connected through a reference key, a foreign key. So there are several aspects we have discussed in the paper. The proposed workflow contains the first phase is data acquisition and pre-processing. The second one was exploratory data analysis. The third one was customer segmentation and behavior. The next one was logistics and supply chain analytics, sentiment analysis, and machine learning. So all the images that I have shown here were coded by us and were the results of our code. So the first phase was the data acquisition and pre-processing. So we have almost 8 tables, there are almost 1 lakh customers in the customers data set. Geolocation also has approximately same number. We have 99,000 orders. We have 1,12,000 items, 99,000 reviews, and we have respective number account for columns and the null amount. Null amount is significantly high in the reviews table. On the right side is the box plot for the review score, the rating. There wasn't much a significant outlier. Almost all the reviews lied between 3 and 5 with only 2 outliers. One is 1 and 2. So coming to the EDA part, the first one was univariate analysis. Univariate analysis is basically analyzing the column with no second column involved. Coming to the price variable, it was highly skewed. So we can see the density versus price graph on the left. So all the prices were between 0 and 1,000. The same was on the right was the log distribution for the price value or demonstrating the probability. So there was a high skewness in the price variable. The second one was the bivariate and correlation analysis. So the univariate is performed within the variable, bivariate is performed between the variables. So when we do a bivariate analysis, we might encounter 3 types of scenarios. The first one was analyzing a numerical variable with a numerical variable. The second one was numerical with a categorical variable, and the third one was a categorical variable versus categorical variable. So the Pearson and Spearman correlation coefficients are calculated for the numerical attributes such as payment value, freight value, and delivery delay. A strong positive correlation is expected between payment value and freight value because shipping cost generally increases with the order value. So payment value, freight value, delivery value were the numerical attributes. to analyze the relationship between categorical and numerical attributes. So we like payment type versus payment value. We performed ANOVA and Kruskal-Wallis test. We performed only ANOVA. We can also perform Kruskal-Wallis test. To analyze the relationship between categorical variables, we performed chi-square test. Like if we want to see the relationship between the customer state and the review rating, chi-square test helps. So these were the graphs from our code. So the first one was the correlation among the variables, like one means a strong strong correlation within a variable for itself. We're going to have a strong correlation. The next highest one was payment value and the price. Freight value and the price was 0.42. On the right hand side was the Pareto chart. So what was the count for the each product, like what's the sale? So we have 10,000 plus orders for Cama, Mesa, Banho. Sorry, these are all Brazilian product names. The next one was the correlation between the product price and the freight value. So coming to temporal dynamics, the order purchase timestamp is resampled by month to identify order volume trends. Seasonal decomposition was performed using moving averages. Lungbox test confirmed the presence of autocorrelation. The resultant time series shows overall growth in e-commerce adoption and significant seasonal spikes related to year-end shopping. So basically what this formula reveals us that what were the seasonal spikes. Like V start is the value of the product at the beginning of the period. V end is the value of the product at the end of the period. N is the number of years. So we can, it reveals the annual growth rate. Next one was the customer segmentation and behavior. So we have three important concepts when we need to perform a customer segmentation. The first one was recency. Recency is calculated as the number of days between the most recent order and a fixed reference date. So reference date minus max of the order purchase. The next one was the frequency, total number of completed orders linked to each customer during this period. We have considered from the above formula. Monetary is the total money spent by the customer for all his orders, computed as the sum of payment value across all their orders. So we can group it per the customer and we can aggregate the payment value attribute. So this was the RFM matrix computations and the source relations. So in order to compute recency, we just need the orders table. In order to calculate the frequency, we need orders and customers table. In order to calculate monetary, we need payments and orders, both the tables. So we have used k-means clustering. On the right hand side is the graph obtained after performing k-means clustering. So we have chosen k is equals to 4, the number of clusters. So k is equals to 4 was not from our choice. We have used elbow method. So segmentation is performed using k-means clustering based on the normalized RFM matrix. The optimized number of clusters was determined using two complementary methods, elbow method and Shewhart score. Yeah, those the clusters were represented. So what were the insights that we can get from this clustering? So we have 4 types of clusters, right? So high frequency, high monetary, and a low recency value denotes high value loyal customers. So low frequency, low monetary, and high recency indicates the customers are at high risk or they might be very new. So low F, moderate M, medium R indicate the customers are occasional shoppers. Low monetary, variable frequency, and higher installment usage denotes price sensitive customers. So this is the same 3D plot for the previous 2D plot. We have already completed the EDA part and the customer segmentation. So the next phase was geospatial analysis. Geospatial features in the OLIS dataset describe customer demand patterns, seller concentration, and the regional delivery performance. So density is calculated as number of customers per region by area of the region. Supply densities can be estimated to detect imbalances across Brazil. So calculating the density reveals us from the seller distribution and the customer concentration. The hierarchical Hirschman index helps us to understand market concentration in these regions. These insights are utilized to measure transportation efficiency. For example, spatial indicators such as Moran's eye statistic can help us to identify if delays are spatially correlated. Clustering methods like DBScan can identify natural grouping of sellers and customers, revealing potential market opportunities. So this was the formula that we have used to calculate the location between 2 points, the seller point and the customer point. The distance between a customer and seller is calculated using the latitude and longitude information provided in the geolocation table. Regional delivery performance is estimated by average delay per state. So we can aggregate the payment value and revenue as per the state, and we can also calculate delivery difference among the states between by calculating delivery date minus estimated date. It's the difference. After completion of the geospatial analysis, we perform logistics and supply chain analytics. The timestamps of each purchase, approval, shipping, and delivery event are available in the dataset. By utilizing this information, we created a different supply chain KPIs such as processing time, shipping lead time, and overall fulfillment duration. So delay is calculated as a difference between delivery date and estimated date. On-time ratio is the orders with delay by total orders. Processing time is the difference between approved date and the purchase date. The next one was fulfillment duration. It is actually the difference between delivered date and purchase date. When comparing more than two payment types, ONOVA verifies whether the mean delivery delays across groups are equal or at least one group differ significantly. A statistically significant result, P is equals to less than 0.5, indicate that payment type has an influence on delivery performance. What I can remember is our P was definitely less than 0.05. I cannot exactly recall the number, but there was a significant difference which revealed that their payment type has a influence on the delivery performance. Actually, it was confirmed with this Sankey diagram. So almost all the deliveries that went through credit card were on time. So if the customer has paid through Bolito, voucher, debit card, we see that few of the orders were late. So the first graph was the routes between the seller and the customer. So we have used Python libraries to perform these graphs. All the black lines indicate the routes from the customers to sellers to the customers. The next graph is the average freight value per state of the Brazil. The next phase of our workflow is sentiment analysis. User feedback is a key indicator of perceived service quality in e-commerce. In the OLIS dataset, text-based attributes such as reviews are processed using NLP. Sentiment polarity scores are computed using lexicon-based methods such as WADER or TextBlock, producing normalized values between -1 and +1. Value 0 indicates that review is neutral. So basically, in simple terms, what we did was in the dataset, we have the feedback in the text form, and also there is a rating numerical variable. So we have converted the feedback text into a score between -1 to +1 so that we can perform a correlation between those two numerical attributes. So the sentiment scores are correlated with numerical review rating using Pearson and Spearman coefficients. At the end, we applied machine learning. We implemented machine learning algorithm to predict the review score from a set of variables such as product type, shipment date, delivery date, payment type, customer location, seller location, delivery, etc. The target variable has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The results are as follows. XGBoost achieved highest performance. So conclusion, the study presented a complete and analytical pipeline examining Brazilian e-commerce environment using all its dataset. We effectively demonstrated how diverse characteristics related to customer, sellers, payments, and deliveries could be integrated to yield actionable business insights. The analysis indicate that high-value loyal customers are concentrated in central urban regions. Delays in the delivery are widely according to geographical and logistical limitations. Any queries, ma'am?
Any question from the judges or audience?
Yeah, I just have a question. You have mentioned that you have used Brazilian e-commerce holistic data set. I just wanted to know the source, or you have taken it with the any from any literature, or it is from what is the source of this particular data set?
Dataset is available on Kaggle.
Okay, that is the okay. And one more question I had that um, in your presentation, I was seeing continuously the formulas and but I could not see any code. I just wanted to know that did you not you use any code or it was just based on the mathematical calculations?
We used code, sir. Like all the graphs that I have shown in the presentation were obtained from the code after running the Python code.
Okay, and the calculations were done using the formulas.
Yeah, like Python almost has inbuilt functions for majority of those formulas, like
Yes.
chi-square test, all those were incorporated in scikit-learn, right?
Mhm.
I think we only explicitly coded the formula to calculate the distance between seller point and the customer point. That is the only thing that was not inbuilt, I guess, in Python. The rest of the formulas, like all the tests, are inbuilt.
Okay, so you just created for the functions which are not available. I think you created the functions for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, overall a very good presentation. Now
Thank you.
I would like to invite Oral Robert, Niti Prakashan, and S. Revati. Paper title is Data Augmentation Technique for the Convolution Neutral where network-based vocal pitch estimation in kinetic music. Please share your screen. Who is going to present?
Hello.
Yeah,
Am I audible?
yeah, you're audible. Now share your
I'll
screen.
just start. I'll start my presentation.
Yep.
Is my presentation viewable for you?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Okay.
moving your slide.
This is my title:
Okay, good. Start your presentation.
Data Augmentation Techniques for Convolutional Neural Network Based Vocal Pitch Estimation in Carnatic Music. So my work is basically based on Carnatic music vocals, which is the tradition of South India. So this is a part of my major research work, which I'm carrying out of my PhD. Uh, Basically, I am trying to analyze different raga structures and very small microtonal frequencies and melodic patterns. Uh, Primarily, the work has been done using a deep learning model in the form of CNN. And what I've done here, in addition to applying a CNN model, is the data augmentation techniques. The data set which has been taken is called as, it's available on the internet. We call that as ACMS, which is called as Saraga Carnatic Melody Set, which is a huge data set. It's an annotated data set, which I'm using for my work in this Carnatic music. The work is basically the vocal estimation or F0 estimation, or primarily in other terms, simple terms, we can say pitch estimation. So why the work is a bit tedious is compared to the other genre is that Western music has stable notes. Like for example, in Western we use some notes as C, D, E, F, G, and A. So these are stable notes, different notes. But here in Carnatic music, it's totally a different case where we have something called as an issue called as gamaka. The gamaka is something like a ornamentation for a particular note. We do not sing the note as it is, as flat as we sing in Western music, but here we use ornamentations, glides and slides. Is the typical uh, nature of Carnatic music as well as for Hindustani music also. So that's a bit challenging when it comes to pitch estimation. We already have pitch estimation methods in the form of traditional signal processing methods. but they are in fact time consuming. And also we have a shortage of large annotated data sets. That is one important thing to be understood. And the need for data augmentation comes into the place. Why? Because it's very important for us to make the model learn more variations of the data set. So we do not have the actual data set in the form of noise added or time stretched or pitch shifted versions of a data set. We have only the pure data set. Um, it might also have polyphonic music in the form of, say, for example, the vocal might be mixed with the mridangam sound or violin sound and so on. So when it comes to data augmentation, it's necessary for us to in the model literature survey. I've just given a few slides on that, where I discussed about the traditional methods used, yin, pin, and so on. So this is my proposed CNN-based framework. So this I told you already. Basically, the traditional methods, like say for example, we have yin and probabilistic yin, pin. So these two classical signal processing methods are in fact used for Western music and other genres, but not typically used for Carnatic music and Hindustani music. So I thought, why not we use to our Carnatic music and Hindustani music? Why not we use the deep learning models which are nowadays they are in the market and found huge success in the past for, say for example, speech processing. So I thought of trying that, and also the additional touch would be to add data augmentation for that same thing. And my major work lies in this is the entire duration I tried for going for polyphonic pitch tracking, which means the application of the model to in the presence of accompaniments like, say for example, violin or rhythm. But in this work, I've just done for a monophonic. Monophonic in the sense we have applied the model only for a pure vocals. So these are the various blocks in that design, where you can find the actual input signal, which is the human vocal recordings, which I mentioned already. The ACMS dataset has got around 2,467 voice samples of various recordings, each artist independent vocals. And then we have done some pre-processing on that, where we try to reduce the noise reduction, and then we do level normalization, which means to unify the volume in the same level, just to make sure the volume is equal in all the samples, row the samples duration. So I basically taken a 30-second audio for the process. So all the samples which are taken are 30 seconds of duration. And we use the ground truth to already the ground truth is already available, annotated ground truth is available. So we will have to compare it with the annotated ground truth. The hop size of that particular frame is like 2.9 ms. 2.9 ms is the size of that particular hop, where you will the CNN will just look into that 2.9 ms, and then it will slowly move on to the next frame and analyze the pitch one by one. So the 30 seconds is divided into each frame is divided into 2.9 ms. And this is the part we do the data augmentation here. Specifically, we are focused on pitch shifting and time shifting. Let's say, for example, the note called as sa. Sa, this refers to 200 hertz. So this pitch is the actual pitch, ground truth pitch. This will be shifted in a little bit of more or even lesser. So that is called as pitch shifting. So this is to make sure that the model learns a wide range of available data set, because the shortage of data set is also there. Predominantly, it's not available. So we make sure that data augmentation helps us to enhance the size of the data set. And we also go for something called as time shifting. Time shifting in the sense like we can either stretch it in time or you can compress it in time. Uh, so we make the model more robust by means of going for this data augmentation technique. And then we use something called as feature extraction. Basically, we use two things. One is Mel frequency septal coefficients. And I've also used CQT, which I've not mentioned here. CQT is the constant Q transform. So basically, I will just convert or act these. Through that we have been for the post processing part. Then finally we get the output. And what we estimate here is the four metrics, performance metrics. Usually in literature, we measure the five different metrics like voicing recall. Then we have VFA, voicing false alarms. Then we have RPA, then RCA, and overall accuracy. Here I've mentioned four different metrics. So basically, I focused on rather a classification task. I've focused on a regression task. So that is a bit challenging for this Carnatic music, as I told you before. The rich nature of the ornamentation makes it a challenge to detect the frequencies. So I've used these four performance metrics to measure the quality of the deep learning network, in what way it has learned, and so on. So these are the four different plots which I was telling. The first one is this pitch estimation across error across the samples, different samples. So the x-axis talks about the number of audio samples, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the different audio samples, number of audio samples. Same with the second plot also, MFCC variation across the system. And the first plot, you can see the pitch estimation of error across samples is the y-axis over here talks about the pitch error, estimation error in hertz. And this red line over here is the threshold. Threshold by second, and you can see these values are all well below this. And same way, you can see the sum for the sum of the red dots. So we can see here some red dots are here. These are well above the range, threshold range. The reason for that is when you take a 30-second audio sample, some audio samples are not exactly 30 seconds, but you can find a difference that, for example, any one audio can contain like 5 to 7 seconds of audio only, and parts are basically it's either mridangam or violin parts, or there is nothing, no audio or vocal available in there. So in some audios, I can also find that the violin and the mridangam part are predominant than the vocal. So in that case, the vocal gets suppressed also. And in some parts of the some samples I have taken, I've also noted that the vocals are not that clear. The energy is not clearly captured. So when it comes to the model, the CNN model will struggle naturally because it depends on the features. So the features are not properly captured. Obviously, the pitch errors are going to get higher. So that is why for some samples you can see that these are all in the red dots here, which means it's well above the threshold, which means it's not able to capture that. But fine, you can see for the other samples, you can see they are all below that given threshold. Same with the MFCC variation. This talks about the feature. So I've set the threshold as 3.5. So if you just see the graph, you can see all the green parts, and this is also this part. This is almost touching the red line. So which means these features are not that correctly represented by the feature extractor. So only these features here below the red line are for these ESTA samples. I'm not talking of the entire sample set, data set. I'm talking only about a particular sample set. So this is MFCC. And this graph, third graph, F0 accuracy across samples also. You can see where this is around this red line drawn around 90%. So generally in MIR standard, MIR refers to music information retrieval systems. This general practice is to measure this F0 accuracy in terms of sense, something called a sense. Sense is the logarithmic version of your hertz. So for example, one note, semitone is called, actually we call one semitone as 100 cents. So we have like 1200 cents for one octave. One octave comprises of 1200 cents. So the general accepted MIR standard is like plus or minus 50 percentage of plus or minus 50 cents of accuracy is accepted. So we can see this case here. where all these green dots here above the red line, you can see they are all above 90, almost 90, which means to say the accuracy across the samples for all these cases are well above 90%. And some red dots are here. It's nearly around this accuracy is nearly around 80, 85 something. So this is the pitch accuracy, keeping in mind that we are using plus or minus 50 cents as the tolerance. And the last one, this graph refers to time deviation in pitch contours across samples. Again, we have set this value as 140 ms. 140 ms is the uh, threshold value. And you can see these red dots here, which are falling above that threshold. And some green dots here down here, you can see all these dots. For these samples, you can find that they are well below the actual threshold, which is actually good. The deviation is very less, which means the estimated pitch contours across time, uh, the deviation is very less. That is what it means. This is the first one. This graph refers to the frequency, F0 accuracy, and this one talks about the time deviation. What the deviation is when you compare to 140 milliseconds. And this is the analytical comparison of traditional pitch estimation method. So this is the in method, and which is against your proposed CNN based model. And this is the relative improvement in terms of percentage. And so this is the actual empirical results which I'm shown here. So what I've got, this proposed model shows approximately 2. So the empirical results have proved it's almost 1.24, with a mean of 1.1. And so what it proves is that the empirical error is lower than the analytically expected. So analytically expected was around 2, but the empirical results show that it's even lesser than. And same goes with the fundamental frequency accuracy, which is F0 accuracy. That was predicted around 91. And the actual results show around 90 to 92, which matches the actual analytical expectation. Same with the microtonal precision. So these are all the different metrics which are measured, uh, as against the other 5 metrics which I told you earlier. So those 5 metrics usually are applied for, in general, they apply for classification tasks. But here I'm using a regression task. So I've used these metrics to compare against the actual proposed model and versus my empirical results. So this is an ongoing work. As I told you, this is still to be applied for polyphonic music. So right now the work is done only on monophonic music. The challenge is escalated when it comes to polyphonic music. So as you can see, uh, the CNN model is trying to read as much as possible, but the problem is with the fast gamakas, which I told you already, which is the very fast microtonal variations or the ornamentations which are present in the which is the actual tradition of Carnatic music, which makes the detection of the F0 even more difficult when it comes for polyphonic music. But this is the state for current monophonic music. The results actually show that it's the empirical work shows it's almost matching the actual proposed work. So this again, this is an ongoing, since it's an ongoing process. I still need to work on this to, in fact, I extend my work to polyphonic music also. So I'm done with my presentation.
Any question from the judges or audience?
No questions from my end.
Okay, now, very good presentation. Please stop sharing your screen. Now, I would like to invite Manonmani Valuel, Paper title is a comprehensive review on a breath analyzer as a point of care device for a VOC based lung cancer risk prediction using deep learning. So please share your screen. Who is going to present this paper?
Yes, good morning to all. I'm sharing my screen. Can you please?
Yeah, sure. Your name is?
Myself, Dr. Manon Mani.
Yeah, sure. Okay, no issue. Start your presentation.
Yes, please wait. I already shared. It's not coming up.
Yeah.
Is it shared? Yes.
Yeah, it's visible now. Oh. Slide show it.
Yeah, I'm pressing F5. Yes.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Start your presentation.
Good morning to one and all. Myself, Dr. Manomani Vadivel, Professor, ECE Department, Sri Balaji Chokalingam Engineering College, under the group of Dr. MGR Group of Institutions, RNE. So my topic of work is on a comprehensive review on breath analyzer as a point of care device for VOC based cancer risk prediction using deep learning. Lung cancer is a leading cause. Excuse me, I minimize this. Yes. If I minimize it. Can you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are able to see. Just
Lung
start.
cancer is a leading cause of cancer-related mortality. Late diagnosis significantly reduces survival rates. Current screening LCCT, low-dose computer tomography has radiation and false positive risks. Yearly non-invasive screening is critically needed. Breath analysis offers a promising alternative. It's not being shown. So, introduction. Lung cancer accounts for a major share of global cancer mortality. Survival rates are strongly linked to stage of diagnosis. Current screening methods detect disease at advanced stages. Molecular and metabolic changes precede radiological signs. Breath-based diagnosis enable early metabolic level detection. Scope of the study, this work, focuses on lung cancer detection only, covers VOC-based breath analysis methods, includes nanomaterial and plasmonic sensors, reviews machine learning and deep learning based diagnostic approaches, excludes invasive biomarkers and imaging only studies. The research gap is found like lack of standardized breath collection prototypes, again sensor reproducibility across devices, limited crossword validation, poor interpretability of AI decisions, few large-scale prospective studies. Limitations of existing screening. LTCT, which is currently available, involves radiation exposure, high false positive and overdiagnosis rates, expensive and infrastructure dependent, limited metabolic level insight, not ideal for large-scale population screening. Review objective is to analyze advances in e-nose technologies, review nanomaterial-based VOC sensor, volatile organic compound sensors, again examine deep learning approaches, evaluate clinical performance metrics, identify translational challenges. The key contributions here are comprehensive review of e-nose sensor technology, comparative analysis of deep learning models for breath analysis, consolidation of clinical performance matrix, identification of real-world deployment barriers, roadmap for future POC, point of care breath diagnostic systems. Novelty of this review is it integrates breathiomics, nanotechnology, and deep learning methods. Again, like it focuses on point of care deployment, covers sensor evolution plus AI analytics jointly, highlights early stage detection evidences, and emphasizes translational and clinical adoption. So these are all the literature review. So the authors, whichever I've taken from the years, they just taken all the titles with the for the lung cancer detection based on the breathiomics, as well as like for the nanomaterial base and also the AI type of detection. So the techniques used are mostly of e-nose, electronic nose, again like gas chromatography, mass chromatography, GCMS, and also for with the nanomaterial based of sensors. Again, like they used AL and ANN, SPM, all AI techniques they have been used as algorithm, and limitations are like they. Second, please. Limitations they actually with high cost offline analysis, not portable, again like lab based, not but point of care. Um, Again, like limited generalization, limited clinical trials, these are all the limitations. Again, like these are all covered with breathiomics plus the lung cancer detection using breath samples. So that is how the techniques are with the sensors, electrochemical sensors, or like VOC sensors, CNN. All the methods are used or like AI models. Again, limitations are with the scalability, explainability gap, again, cost effective and fabrication difficulty, again, large scale trials lacking. So the proposed point of care framework in this review gives breath sample acquisition, means collection, nanomaterial sensor array response, signal pre-processing and normalization, deep learning based risk prediction, and real-time point of care output. So the breathiomics concept here is that it gives exhaled breath that contains volatile organic compounds. Volatile organic compounds, VOCs, originate from cancer-related metabolic processes. So lung cancer alters VOC composition and concentration. VOCs are present at ultra-trace levels, means in parts per billion or parts per trillion. So as concentration. So requires highly sensitive detection techniques. So this is a proposed framework which gives a conceptual workflow of VOC detection using machine learning. So this is how the machine learning technique being adapted. So this is for the e-nose, so electronic nose system. So it gives the mimics human olfactory sensing mechanism, uses sensor arrays to generate breath prints, enables pattern-based disease detection, portable and suitable for point care use, and it requires intelligent signal interpretation. Next, this is again a proposed from framework which provides the architecture of a point of care breath analysis system. So where the breath markers you can find like connected to e-nose on-chip systems, and also in case these are nanomaterials, quantum dots, carbon nanotubes, or polymeric systems, everything like being linked to IoT. Through IoT, we can connect to the telemodule. So this is the evolution of sensor technologies. It gives water pollution as well as and the respiratory diseases addressing the global health concerns. So it's need for rapid, cost-effective, and non-invasive detection methods. So gold nanoparticles have unique optical, chemical, and physical properties. It enables sensitive detection of environmental pollutants and biomedical analytes. So the role of nanotechnology here is that nanomaterials enhance surface to volume ratio. It improves VOC absorption and selectivity. So faster response and recovery times, reduced noise and environmental interference, enables miniaturized point of care devices. So need for artificial intelligence here is to give the breadth data is highly dimensional and non-linear. Again, the traditional machine learning requires handcrafted features, sensor drift effects, long-term reliability, complex temporal and spatial patterns exist. AI enables automatic feature learning. So deep learning frameworks here, CNNs capture spatial VOC pattern signatures, RNN recurrent neural networks and long short-term memory models, temporal sensor responses. Again, like auto encoders handle noise and drift correction. End-to-end learning improves robustness, supports real-time interference on edge devices. So this is a overall proposed framework with a non-invasive diagnostic system utilizing eNose tool. So this is a non-invasive medical diagnosis part where the input is going to be a exhaled breath collection through a collection bag, a gas collection bag, or through an electronic VOC detection done by optical sensor, metal oxide sensor, likewise. And of course, the data are being collected and stored in a pattern recognition algorithm using a pattern recognition algorithm, ANN SVM. So the clinical evidence and the results shown sensitivity about 82 to 70, 95% reported, specificity 78 to 93% reported, early stage detection, stage 1, feasibility. Again, ROC AUC curves that is a 9 greater than 9.9, comparable to LDCT in screening accuracy. Conventional methods. So these are the results. So it's just a risk prediction or a stratification plot where we can see the maximum sensitivity is being got through lung cancer disease. And this is again the result which shows a visual summary for the breath to diagnosis process. So we are showing this. And these are all the results. So with the inclusion, eligibility, screening, and identification. So the results we got mostly like we can find as a systematic study of the selection process. So results of search strategy, we've taken about 2086 and title and abstract screening done for this 1563 and full screening and which 165 totally included for the studies is 34. So this 35 out of which we have taken, we found this is a studies of excluded. So you can see like different control group analysis with the GCMS, different statistical analysis, different aim, in vitro study, no text available or not English game, again systematic review and others. So these are all in the concluded part of systematic study. And translation challenges, long-term sensor drift, environmental variability, data sets bias and imbalance, edge deployment limitations, regulatory and clinical acceptance. We conclude here that breath analysis enables non-invasive screening, nanotechnology improves VOC detection, volatile organic compound detection, deep learning enhances diagnostic accuracy, and again strong potential for early lung cancer detection, promising path toward accessible VOC diagnostics. Final takeaway, integrating proteomics, nanotechnology, and AI together, again, enables real-time, affordable lung cancer screening, reduces dependence on radiation-based imaging, improves early diagnosis and survival rates, a step toward democratized cancer diagnostics. These are all the references taken for this review. Thank you.
Any question from the judges or audience? Okay, very good presentation.
Thank you.
Now, yeah, I would like to invite Kirti S. Kotable. Paper title is In Silico Analysis of the Phytochemicals in the Extras of Seeds from Michelia campia al. Please share your screen, Kirti.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
My screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kirti. Today I'm going to present my research work on in silico analysis of the phytochemicals in the extracts of seeds from Michelia champaka L. Still now, no one has reported any studies on champaka seeds. So we are trying to find the bioactive compounds present in this and find its medicinal properties. It is an introduction. Michelia champaka L is commonly known as champaka or champa, belongs to the Magnolia methodology. We collect the NIST library database. This is the methodology. After the GCMS analysis, the major compounds, the bioactive compounds that which we identified from the GCMS were selected for the in silico ADME analysis and also tox tree analysis. In ADME analysis means absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion analysis. The chemical structures of the identified compounds were obtained from the PubChem database and they are subjected to the ADME prediction using an online tool such as a ICISDIKSA-2026. And further, the major compounds identified from the GCMS were also subjected to the in silico toxicity prediction using the tox tree software. The compounds were classified in tox tree analysis. The compounds were classified into three classes according to the Karner's rule, like a class 1, class 2, and class 3. A class 1 which shows the low toxicity, and a class 2 intermediate toxicity, and a class 3 which is a high toxicity, which the compound belongs to the high toxicity, that which are shown in a class 3. This classification provides a preliminary safety evaluation of GCMS identification compounds and helps for a further pharmacological development. This is the methodology that we did. Gas chromatography mass spectroscopy. The equipment and parameters used were like this. The carrier gas was a helium, and the injector temperature was like a 250 degrees Celsius, and the 10 microliter volume of the sample was injected into the GC. And after the GCMS, gas chromatography and all, we got the 6 compounds like this. And this is the graph that we got with the retention time, the compounds and the retention time observed in the GCMS analysis of the methanolic extract. These are the 6 compounds that we got in a GCMS. Then ADME analysis, in silico analysis. ADME properties using the software Swiss ADME. The SMILE format of the phytocompounds were retrieved from the PubChem database and input in the Swiss ADME software. And these are the should be acceptable ranges for the some drug compounds. Like a molecular weight, lipophilicity, GI absorption, water solubility, and drug likeness, blood-brain barrier, and synthetic accessibility. These are the 5 Lipinski rules that each and every drug compound should follow. We did all the ADME analysis for all the six compounds. And that's it. 1 methyl ester is like this. That's for 242.40 grams per mole. and lipophilicity is of 4.29, and water solubility is moderately soluble, and the GI absorption is high. PP parameter is a blood-brain parameter is yes, and drug likeness, yes, it is yes, zero valence, and medicinal chemistry and synthetic accessibility is the 2.46, which is easy to synthesis. This is the ADME analysis that we did. This is the that I'm showing on the screen is for dodecanoic acid 1 methyl ester, ethyl ester. These are the other compounds result that which we did ADME analysis. And again, we did the in silico toxicity analysis for the our compounds. The phytochemistry analysis are also subjected to the toxicity analysis, and the results often are mentioned as follows. As I said, according to the Karmat's rule, like a class 1, class 2, and a class 3, which shows the toxicity of the particular compound. In that, for paramomycin and atadecanoic acid 9-methyl methyl ester, these both belongs to the class 3, which is a high toxic compound, except that other 4 compounds that we got which are under belongs to the class 1, which means a low toxicity compounds that we got. These are the toxicity analysis that we did. For 2, we got a class 3 high toxicity compound, and for rest of the compounds, we got that belongs to the class 1, which is a low toxicity. Here I conclude that using the GCMS, we got came to know we identified the completely 6 bioactive compounds that which belong to the various phytochemical analysis, and by using the sweets ADME analysis, we came to know that the dodecanoic acid is a more potent phytochemical with acceptable ADME properties, and toxicity indicate 4 compounds are the less toxic and suggesting minimum toxicity during consumption for the medicinal properties. Like dodecanoic dodecanoic 1-methyl ethyl ester, which is showing both that for both the ADME analysis and for the toxicity, it is acceptable. So here I conclude. These are the reference, and thank you.
Hello. I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Kitty. It was a good presentation. I have a question. How to validate your ligand?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
How to validate your ligand components and then target protein components? Can you move back your docking slide?
Yes, ma'am. Which slide, ma'am?
Docking one. I'm not able to see your slide. I'm seeing reference slide. Kitty, are you there? Hello. Hello, Kitty. Hello.
Maybe some technical issue, ma'am.
Yes, I guess. Okay, you can move on to the next person.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Yeah. Very good presentation. Now we move forward. Next presentation, I would like to invite Mughalian B. Paper title is Real Time Virtual Trial Application Economics Using Diffusion-Based Generative Models.
Yeah, hi ma'am. If my
Yeah.
voice is audible?
Yeah, your voice is audible. Please share your screen.
Sure. ma'am. Is my screen visible? Fine.
Yeah, it's visible and movable as well. Start your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. First of all, good morning, everyone. Myself, Mugilan, and this presentation represents a collaborative research conducted with my classmate Naveen under the supervision of my professor, Mrs. Dr. S. Revati, Professor of Computer Science in Crescent University, Vandalore. And this work is entitled as a virtual drive based e-commerce platform using LLM. And this was and presented in this conference. The presentation introduces a product called R of It, which is an AI-powered e-commerce platform featuring an advanced virtual try-on capability. And the main and the model addresses a fundamental challenge in online apparel, where it's an inability to handle customers to visualize garments prior their purchase. And it employs a sophisticated latent diffusion model to do that. User may upload their personal photographs to visualize themselves wearing any garment from our digital catalog. The core problem statement of this project is we have to solve we have some problems in mind, and we have to solve that. Which is a main is the uncertain results, which has been from the retailers due to the return of garments from the customers, and that's where all of it comes in and directly solves the major problem of that. And these are where our related works before we have been take before. But the major issues in these works are whether it's the time of generation is small, but the results are inaccurate. But if the results are accurate, the time taken is too long. That's the main problem we have aim to solve. And this is our proposed work. And I'm firstly talking about the data set. Okay, fine. Firstly, talking about the data set, we have got the data set from the dress code team, who is a successor on this project, who is who has done the project before. We have also mentioned them in the previous literature survey itself. We have got the data set from them, directly emailing them. This is the proof of the email as well. And the system architectures involves core modules like front end, back end, and the model try-on thing. And this is the front end part of the project. We have been planning for this thing, which involves the user image upload interface and the project listing interface. Here, the user is being requested to upload their image with where the garment is being automatically fetched from the catalog, and sorry, and it will be generating the results with the catalog we have been having. And the user is will tend to purchase the garment, and we are also integrating an external virtual try-on model where we can try external clothes. And this is what the training pipeline looks like. Training pipeline we have been like doing with eports modeling, and the main optimizer we are using here is Adam V optimizer with a learning rate of 1 e to the power of -4, and batch sizes will like constantly increasing according to the model training structure. And this is what this is a training snippet of the model, and here comes the result of the application. And this is a try-on graph and the success rate comparison between the old models and the virtual model we have been like developed in terms of interface time, confidence boost, and user satisfaction. And the performance about the performance analysis, we have got like a higher success rate of 98% and user satisfaction of 90% in this, and the interface time is reduced to like approximately to 10 seconds. And quality issues, quality insights, in the sense we have been like implemented and jackets and layered items where most of the models like struggle in that. And the custom uploads in our application makes the user to like try their external garments, like external website products, also using our technology. And this is what the model comparison virtual try-on in terms of all the performance metrics we have been like got the visual quality, the F1 score, the user rating, and the inference time. And this is what the results of the model looks like. And the observation from this product is high realism for the catalog items. Mainly what we have discussed before. And the challenges with the custom uploads and division models outperforms the gang, and the latency issues is been like addressed over here. The main challenges we have been like undergone in this project is we have to like reduce the latency. That's the major part over here, and the security risks and data privacy has been like handled over here, and the input image quality is to be like determined. Some of the inputs may or may not be like quality enough, so that has to be like handled. And the garment pose alignments plays a key role in this. And this is a conclusion from our side. Our project has been like built with these success rates and the user satisfaction, and that's it. These are the future improvements we are planning to do. ALI try-on, 3D garment simulation, and a lightweight deployment with a multi-garment layer. And these are the reference sources we have been like referred for the project, and that's it. Hello.
Yeah. Any question from the
Any
judges?
question?
Yeah. Can you just show your website? I think you have developed a site for this. Can
No,
you
so
show
like
it
it's
before?
been like not deployed yet.
Not deployed.
That's why I have provided the front end and the model screenshots.
Okay. I seen that performance was showing 98%.
Yes, sir.
Can you just did you have any comparison like the other models or the past models which are used in this regard? What is their success rate?
What's like we have some referred some base papers and like take the scores from that on live data analysis, and we have also like done live data analysis for our model. That's what you have seen over here.
Okay.
This is like mainly like multi-layered garments like this. The model performs a bit low, but our model like performs well on this. So that's how the thing is been like calculated with the scores like F1 scores like this.
So For this generative AI, you used any code or you used directly the platforms?
No, sir. We have like implemented the code. We have like implemented the code and we have enhanced the models that has been used in the previous base papers for each and every module. Wait a minute.
So in this result, uh, okay, that's all from my side.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any other question?
No question from my end.
Okay. From this, thank you all to all the presenters and judges for a very engaging and high quality research session.
Mamta madam, Mamta
Yes,
madam,
sir. Yes.
can you please ask all to switch on their videos so that we can quickly have a photograph?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Please switch on all the participants your video so we click the photos, group photos. It's done, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we now break for lunch. Kindly rejoining around 1:15 p.m. sharp for the afternoon session. Thank you to all. Welcome back after lunch. We now begin our second keynote session by Dr. Prinon Bagchi sir. Uh, Sir is currently employed as associate professor in bioinformatics in Jaipur National University. He has served as a professor and dean at Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Madhav University, Rajasthan. He has served Institute of Bioscience and Technology, MGM University, and Sambhajinagar as an assistant professor. He has completed his postdoctoral research from the University of Lorient in Zerm, Nancy, France, and from Science and Engineering Research Bonn, Government of India. He has done his doctorate from Career Point University, Kota, Rajasthan, India 2016. He holds certification in Ayurveda, Yoga, Sanskrit. During the doctoral research, he had attended IBRO-sponsored Advanced School of Neuroscience at Monash University, Malaysia. He has authored over 50 research and review papers in several national and international journals and in conference proceedings and presented his research work in conference abroad. He has guided several graduate students. He is an editorial board member of International Journal of Public Mental Health and Neurosciences and the International Journal of Social and Psychosocial and Cultural Genomics, Consciousness and Health Research and Neuroscience Research Letters. He currently works on neural network and deep learning. His research works include computational sequencing analysis of genomics data and computational analysis of biological data. He's working on developing machine and learning models. So, sir is talking about today data mining and IKS. So, sir, we warmly welcome you to address us. Thank you, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir.
No?
Yeah, now you are audible, sir.
Okay. So I hope you are all able to hear my voice now, Early.
Yes, sir, you are audible and your screen is visible as well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So I will be presenting on the topic data mining and IKS according to the theme of the particular event. Okay. So what exactly is data mining? So in data mining, the major thing is we need to hunt deep into the data and extract the data from the various places. That exactly is the meaning of data mining. It comes from the traditional word mining. So mining, as we all know, we are aware that mining is the process wherein we are able to drag and extract the data from the same area. The name is coming data mining. So it also incorporates the terminology like data warehousing and OLAP, which is online analytical processing. So we need to take the data and we need to process it. That is the basic understanding of the data mining. So in the data mining, we go ahead with the associations, clustering, because what we do in the clustering, we try to cluster the data together. So and we go ahead with the hierarchical and partitional approaches. Also in the clustering or classification, we go ahead with the decision trees and Bayesian classifiers, sequential pattern mining, and finally we have some topics like graph mining, privacy preserving data mining, outlier detection, spatial data mining, etc. One of the classical example of data mining we can see in the area of fraud detection. So in the industrial areas we see in the healthcare, retail, credit card services, telecom, and B2B relationship we frequently we come across fraud. We are seeing fraud detections in the credit card. Sometimes we are seeing that suddenly our money is deducted from our account, and sometimes we will be getting some calls or messages which will be asking the money from us, or they will just, instead of asking the money, they will just ask the OTP. But the current applications, what we do is we have made, or we have programmed our system in such a manner that it can be detected. The such kind of call or fraudulent calls or messages can be easily detected by our system. And this kind of fraudulent examples are very much common in the banking system and healthcare. And approaches by how we can do this, by using the historical data to build the models of fraudulent behavior, deploy models to identify the fraudulent instances. Further examples we can see in the areas of insurance to detect the group of people who stage accidents to collect the insurance, medical insurance. We can see like fraudulent claims, money launderings to detect the suspicious money transactions. In telecom industry, we find calling patterns that deviate from a normal pattern of origin, that is origin and destination of a call, duration, time of day, and day of week. So such kind of patterns are usually seen while we are preparing the algorithms.
Sir, you are not audible, sir.
Yeah, I think the system got hanged. One moment.
Okay, now audible. Sir.
Yeah, no, I am not able to move my PPT.
Okay.
Yeah.
And reshare the screen so it may be work. Sir, your screen is not visible, sir.
Yes, I know, madam. Moment.
It is possible, sir, or not? Renan, sir? Now it's visible, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Very sorry, everybody. So let us continue. So some other applications we can see like in the CPG, in the promotion analysis, retail industry, in the telecom, healthcare, transportation and distribution, financial services and the data service providers. We can see in the classic examples. So the what exactly can be the definition? The efficient discovery of previous unknown, valid, potentially useful, understandable patterns in the large data sets. The analysis of often large observational data sets to find the unexpected relationship, to summarize the data in novel ways that are both understandable and useful to the data center. So some of the terms which we usually see in the data mining, data, it is like a set of facts or items, and it is usually stored in, and the storage is called as the database, the storage where we can store the data. Pattern, that is, this is one important part in this particular scope. So how we can see the pattern, based on the pattern, we can actually analyze the particular data set. It is an expression in a language that describes a subset of the facts, attributes a field in an item, and interestingly less, a function that maps an expression into a measurable space. So the data mining task for a given dataset would be D, the language of facts, L, interestingly functions, and threshold, find the expression such that I of DL expression would be efficient. So in the knowledge discovery, so what are the steps involved? First, we need to collect the data, then we need to select our target data for the further works. Go ahead with the pre-processing. This is very important because the data, the raw data, which will contain many errors, sometimes duplications, and sometimes you may find some missing data. So that is the reason the pre-processing is very important, an important step. Going ahead, moving ahead, we can see the transformation. For the data mining, identify the patterns, and based on that, we get the inference, that is the inference or the knowledge. So this is the steps involved in the knowledge discovery. Certain examples we can get, like example in the government archives, in the corporates like Walmart, Mobile, and credit card companies. In scientific terms, we can get from the NASA, EOS projects, etc. Environmental data sets. So in several manners we can get the data sets. Even currently you can explore the website of um, uh, Indian Space Research Organization. You will be getting so many data. So instead of hunting data, the Kaggle of GitHub, you can directly contact ISRO, and you can get the data even from the national marine and the Arctic and the polar website. You will be able to get the data set, and you can work on the live data. So that is so you can, and those are all, it will be completely raw data. You can actually apply all the steps which I had shown in the previous slide, and you can actually process, and you can give the data to the particular government agency, and in return can even earn based on the by analyzing the data. Next, you can go ahead with the fraud detection, the credit cards, phone cards, marketing, that is customer targeting. Then you can go in with the data warehousing, that is like Walmart. As astronomy, already I told, in astronomy you will be getting the data, and definitely in the area of biology, molecular biology, you will be getting the applications. So how data mining can be used? It can be used to identify the problem You can use the data mining techniques to transform the data into information. It acts on the information and measures the results. The process, it is like understanding the domain. Then we can create the data set by selecting the interesting attributes, go ahead with the data cleaning and pre-processing, choose the data mining task and specific algorithm, finally interpret the result and possibly return to the particular persons who will be able to detect or interfere, infer the particular data for further processing. Origins. So it draws ideas from the machine learning, AI, pattern recognitions, statistics, and database systems, and it must address an anomaly of the data, high dimensionality of data, heterogeneous and distributed nature of the data. Tasks includes classification, learning a function that maps an item into one of a set of predefined classes. Also, we can go ahead with the regression like learning a function that can map an item to a real value, clustering to identify a set of groups of similar items. Dependencies and associations. It can be used to identify significant dependency between the data and its attributes. Finally, in summarization, to find a compact description of dataset or subset of the dataset. The classifiers we are using, like decision tree classifiers we used in the modeling and classification. Association rules, it is used to find association between the set of attributes. Sequential patterns used to find temporal association in the time series, and in the hierarchical clustering it is used to group customers, web users and others. So why we need to go ahead with the data pre-processing? Already I had told, because there will be errors in the data, duplications, as well as there will not be data at particular rows or columns. So for this particular reason, it is very essential to do pre-processing. So data in the real world is dirty. Definitely it will be incomplete, lacking attribute values, lacking certain attributes of interest, or containing only aggregate data. It will be noisy in the sense that there will be duplicate or repeated data. So it will contain errors or outliers, and definitely the data will be inconsistent, containing discrepancy in codes or in the names. So the data will be without any quality. So the quality decisions may be based on the quality of the data. Data warehousing needs consistent integration of quality data, and it is required for both OLAP and data mining. So why a data can be incomplete? Because attribution of interest is not available. Example, customer information for sales transaction data were not considered important at the time of transaction, so they were not recorded. Data not recorded because of misunderstanding or malfunction. Data may have recorded and later deleted, and definitely missing or unknown values from certain or some datas. So that is the main reason why data cleaning is needed. In data cleaning, first of all, we definitely need to find the or fill the missing values. Then we need to identify the outliers, smooth out noisy data, and correct the inconsistent data. For classification, from the particular data set what we are getting after pre-processing, we need to split the data for test and train. That is very important. And usually the training set should be more. Usually it is taken like 70, 30, 60, 40. Sometimes even it can be 90-10, and usually the training set should contain more and test should be less. So each record contains a set of attributes. One of the attributes is the class. Find a model for class attribute as function of the values of other attributes. And finally, the goal should be previously unseen record should be assigned a set of class as accurately as possible. This is for the training which we need to do. Finally, for the test data, which reliability should be small, and whatever we have done for the training set, same applies to the test set. And that, as I told, the data set should be less, and based on the based on how we have trained the model, based on the test training data set, we will be seeing its output in the test data set. So test set is used to determine the accuracy of the model. So how good is the model? Is it very good? It is average. So by seeing the results from the test set, we can able to understand it. It is usually the given data set is divided into training and test, with training set used to build the model and test set is used to validate the particular model. This is one part example of a classification wherein the telecallers or telemarketing people are assembled in a particular group. This is again a particular classification example. So all the similar data are classified together. Okay. Applications for the classification. Direct marketing goal, it reduces the cost of mailing by targeting a set of consumers likely to buy a new cell phone product. Its approach use the data for a similar product introduced before. We know which customers decide to buy and which decided otherwise, and collect the various demographic, lifestyle and company interaction related information about all such customers, and use this information as input attribute to learn the classifier model. Next, application in fraud detection. To predict fraudulent cases in credit card transactions, approaches by use of credit card transaction and information on its account holder as attribute. When the customer buys, what he buys and how often he pays on time, etc. So in that case, it will be like if the person is doing such kind of routine tasks, it will be very easy to understand or detect the fraud. So this is in the clustering, we can, as I told, we can cluster the values or group the value, group the particular data in the particular spaces. Okay, it's again one more application we have in the market segmentation. I will just skip it. Okay. Okay, association rules in the discovery. So you can see here how you can classify the various data based on the attributes. Okay, so data compression, you can from the original data to compress data, and you can see the original data which will be approximated. Okay, again, the classification clustering definitions are given here. Okay, sampling is like from a particular data set, how you can take a particular sample and you can go ahead with the work. So allowing a minimum mining algorithm to run in complexity that is potentially sublinear to the size of the data, to choose a representative subset of the data. For simple random sampling may have poor performance in the presence of skew. Develop adaptive sampling methods like stratified sampling for approximate the percentage of each class or subpopulation of interest in the overall database, and it is used in conjunction with the skewed data. Okay, so I will just go ahead with the decision trees. So the decision tree, when you are making the algorithm, it should given the condition that finally we are able to interpret from the particular data. So when you are given a particular data, final that what is the decision we are getting? It can be yes or no in this particular case. So for the decision tree encodes the D, that is the classifier or the regression in the form of a tree. A node in the tree without children is called the leaf node. Otherwise, it will be at the internal node. So in the decision trees, you can see here, these are all the leaves in the final, and this is the where you can able to get the decision. Okay. So how we can apply data mining to the Indian knowledge system? It involves computational techniques like NLP, clustering and topic modeling like LDS to analyze vast ancient texts like Vedas, Shastras and Ayurvedic records to discover hidden patterns, theme and scientific insight revealing the traditional wisdom for modern application in the areas of healthcare, that is usually Ayurveda, agriculture, astronomy, bridging ancient philosophy with the contemporary technology for the holistic development. And how data mining works in the areas of IKS, pattern discovery. As I already told, in data mining, we have a very important part, that is the pattern discovery. Even the same, it can be used here like for uncovering hidden connections in the traditional treatment, that is Ayurveda, astronomical data, and ecological practices. Text analysis usage of the NLP to process large corpus of Sanskrit or the ancient text to identify recurring concepts, philosophical framework, and scientific principles. Knowledge quantification by creating metric-based perspectives on the discovery and trends within the IKS literature. And modern applications like transformation of complex ancient data knowledge into the accessible format, visualization dashboard for contemporary use in the medicine, education, and sustainability. In the IIT Delhi website, even in the JNU, they have, we can see a particular page wherein they have used pattern discovery for preserving the manuscript. This is a very classic example how IKS how we are implementing IKS using the data mining task. I will be happy to say you that there are so many Sanskrit universities, they have done this particular work and they are very nicely utilizing this particular work for preservation and encouraging the keeping the manuscripts. Applications of the Indian knowledge system. We can see in the healthcare, that is by analyzing the Ayurvedic text to find new treatment patterns or the personalized medicine. The agriculture, mining traditional farming practices for sustainable methods. Even in the astronomy, extracting data from the text like Surya Siddhanta to understand ancient astronomical models. In education, using the educational data mining to improve teaching quality and resource efficiency in technical education. In art and culture, by applying algorithms inspired by Indian music and dance to pattern detection. So with this, I will be ending my presentation here. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Thank you so much.
Any question from the audience? Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for such a thoughtful, provoking, and highly relevant keynote address. Thank you very much, again. Now we resume the second round of oral presentation. So our estimated distinguished respected judges remains the same panel. Dr. Satish Shankai, Dr. G. Dhanalakshmi, and Dr. Dipali Samane. All the judges, please evaluate all the presentations. So first, I would like to invite Ash Revati. Paper title is Speech Emotion Recognition Using Constant Q Transform and Deep Learning.
Yeah, hi ma'am. I'll be like presenting behalf of the professor.
Yeah, sure. So please share your screen.
Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nurian. I'm representing the project of speech emotion recognition using constant Q transform and RNN under the guidance of Dr. S. Revati, a professor from BS Abdul Rahman Institute of Technology. What's the main core of the project is we have been like the main core of the project is like recognizing emotions from the speeches using CQT and RNN. Because like the traditional methods used from traditional digital signal processing and handcrafted features to decode the emotions from the voice. So we will like using this ML technology to decode the emotions from the voice. And this is our related works we have been like referred. Uh, and that's our proposed work. The main objective is to like enhance the speech recognition accuracy by integrating the constant Q transform with RNN, mainly LSTM. And what's our input is the audio signals processed as spectrogram through constant Q transform for effective feature extraction. And the output is the classified emotions from the thing. And the algorithms the main algorithms used here, like some GL techniques, like mainly CQT and RNN for the emotion classification. This has been like used in various fields like human computer interactions, educational fields, and virtual assistants. And this is the architecture of the project as well. And the methodology of the project is simple. An audio input is been given to the system, and the main features is been like extracted from the audio using CKit. And the main features will like extracted, and that features is been like extracted with the and that features is been like extracted with CQT to generate the spectrograms from the audio. And then our LSTM model, which is an RNN model, comes in, and it learns from the spectrogram, the temporal dependencies and the emotional patterns as well. And then the model has been like tried, and the evaluation and testing has been like done with some performance matrices like confusion matrix, accuracy score, and precision recall matrices. And then the emotion is being like classified, and the model training is being like done parallelly. And then the application is being like integrated with the Django interface and executed in the Jupyter Anaconda. And this is a front end where for initially the user lands to it, and it asks to like register or login. And this is the registration page we have been like designed, and the login page we have been like designed, and this is a home page after login. The user is like landing, and this is a file selection page. The file selection page where an audio file of the person of the voice is like given, and then comes the next page, which is an emotional detection page. The emotion is like classified. Sorry, the emotion is like classified from the voice, and the description is been like given. And this is from the back end, the spectrogram generated from the voices, and this is a result of the overall project. And this is firstly where I am happy to happy to give the classification report, where we'll be like seeing the precision recall and F1 score of various standard primary emotions, which are like happy, sad, angry, neutral, and fear. And this is the chart, the graph which will like given for the score. And then here comes the confusion matrix table for actual and predicted values of the emotions. We have been like presented and like taken from the thing. And then comes the comparison model, of various algorithms are using the same performance matrices like persistent recall and F1 score. And from from this project we have been like observed what is a high accuracy for the distinct emission. Like compared to older models, we have been like classified standard emotions more accurately. But when it comes to like some now secondary emotions like neutral or fear, our model shows some lighter slow performances. But it will be like it will be like rectified in our future things. And the CQT spectrograms mainly like boosted the performance compared to traditional features like MFC. And the resistance, the recall and precision score are been like well balanced in this as well. And this is a conclusion. We have like developed this and developed a strong interface for that. And the key findings of the project was usage of CQT, which provides a rich frequency for the emotion detection. LSTM network, which has been like mainly used to understand and have the memory of the inputs that has been like given for a longer time, and it's been like achieved a longer it's been like achieved like an overall accuracy of 87%. And it's been like generalized and it's been like integrated with the Django and Jupyter. And these are all the future improvements that we will be like providing, which are like multilingual supports, like enhancing the like subtle emotional detections like fear or neutral emotion, or like and we like integrating it to smart assistants or like wearables like a smart band, something like that. And this is the reference work we have been like referred for the application. And that's it. Thank you.
Any question from the judges?
Yeah, I have a question like what are the libraries which is used in this particular work?
Yes, sir. For this thing, basically we have been like used audio interfaces. We have used some libraries from Python, and for the processing models, we have used some pre-processing techniques as well. So like when it comes to like core libraries, I didn't get anything. Maybe wait a minute. Yes, sir. Maybe some NLP libraries like Word2Vec or something like that may be used, sir.
No, I am asking which you have used.
Which I have used.
Yes, you have used in this particular work.
What's up? I didn't get you. Hello?
I asked which are the libraries which you have used in this particular work.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. For according this, like as I said before, for NLPs, we'll be like using the word-to-vec algorithms where we'll be like providing the like the multilingual supports. And for the audio processing, we'll be like using the algorithms like NumPy, TensorFlow, Skitlearn, something like that. And that's it, sir.
Okay.
Any other question?
No
Uh,
question from my end.
Okay. It was a very good presentation. Now I would like to invite Shai Kiran. Paper title is Capturing Subtle Morphological Difference in Blood Cell in Evolution Based Networks.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Can I share it, madam? Yes. Thank you. Madam, whether my screen is visible?
No, it is not visible.
Just one. Now, madam.
Not yet.
Hello.
Not yet.
Just one. Now, madam.
Yet visible. Yeah, now visible.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Now visible, madam. Hello.
Yeah, it's visible and movable as well.
Yes. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all. Today, my presentation is capturing subtle morphological differences in CAD cells with involution-based networks. The mainly I compare with involution with the convolution neural network. Obviously, our proposed method, involution method, having 50 layers, which performs better compared to involution 32 layers and compared to convolution model, CNN model. Now, coming to the problem statement, convolution has long been the cornerstone for neural network architectures. We know the long back only convolution neural network developed. But recently, I think in 2017 onwards, involution networking models are developed. There, we can think of it, the computation time is reduced when we compare with the CNN models. And the objective of this work is implement both convolution and involution based architectures for classifying the blood cells. Here, we took one of the data set which consists of 3,000 samples, and each category 3,000 samples, so nearly 12,000 something samples we consider to compare with the convolution CNN model and involution model. Then, as I said, most CNN models rely on shared kernel, but incur high compute costs. As I said, compared to involution, CNN model computation cost is high. Even I will tell you what is the reason to reduce the computation cost when we go for involution models. And as I said, involution after 2016 or 17, one of the author published article by using involution model in the year 2020. Their proposed is pixel specific kernels for flexible devices. There's few follow-ups exist, and the gap in that involution is limited validation and scalability issues, as well as comparisons and convolutions in their adoption. And another author used a hybrid involution and convolution neural networks for leukemia and white blood cell classification. Even I'll show it how much percentage of performance that model, their hybrid involution and convolution model they perform. And when we think about image classification, mainly the fine grained or non-fine grained categories are involved. Then the fine grained and classification focus on differentiating things that appear visually similar or each other, but whereas non-fine grained classification is different. And as I said, we consider one of the data set microscopic image 12,500 of blood cells, and each there are four categories of classes of images we consider. Here I mentioned one is neutrophils and eosinophils and monocytes and lymphocytes. These four categories of images we consider, and in addition to training samples, in the same dataset we found 600 images considered as test samples. But these are the images of each category. The total 4 categories of samples are available in the dataset. And as I said, with convolution, when we think about this image, while moving each stride, then we'll get a output with help of filter, 3x3 filter. While moving from each stride, that is was just here we consider the stride is 1, then we'll get the respective output. As I said, when we think about not only cost, even if we compare involution model as well as convolution model, here in each stride, the filter is same, 3x3 filter is same. But while backpropagating, the weights values may be vary, but the filter, whichever filter we consider initially, 3x3 filter, those values are fixed. When we talk about when we consider convolution model, but whereas in involution model, when we move each stride, obviously the filter values is also changed. There is no constant filter considered while moving each filter, so that we can expect we can think of it more the accuracy, more performance, because the filter is not constant when we think about involution models. Here, I mentioned in the description about one of the conventional neural network model, which is ICISDIKSA-2026. They consider 138 million parameters, and here 13 layers they consider, and 3 fully connected layers, and they consider one of the data set which consists of 1,000 classes, means 1,000 categories, but which performs accuracy 0.7. That is top 5 accuracy other models. And they took images 224 into 224 into 3 RGB images, and the filters 3x3 filters they use, and the stride is 1 only. And when we come to another CNN model, RESNet50 model, here they took 50 layer networking model. In the year, they took one of the data set. Microsoft developed that RESNet50. They consider the same data set which consists of 1,000 classes, but the accuracy achieved 93.6. See, this is 16. CNN RESNet performed 93 accuracy was 93.6, and here they consider 64 filters, and stride is 201 when we compare with the previous VG16 model. And when we think about involution, as I said earlier, involution 2 models we consider. One is 32 layers model, another one is 50 layers model. Here we mentioned each layer, how many input size and output shape, as well as kernel size and the strides. If you observe the layer 1, the type is involution 2D, and input shape is 3 to 24 to 24 input shape. I am talking image shape, and output is 3 to 24 to 24. But the kernel, that is 3 cross 3, and the stride is 1. And some of the layers, if you think about the layer 4, then the stride is 2. Like that, we took that. And when we talk about the hyperparameters, we consider while taking involution 32 layer model as well as 50 layer model, we use cross entropy plus measure for evaluating our model. And one of the optimizer technique, that is Adam optimizer technique, and books we consider 120, and the learning rate is 0. Learning rate was 0.01, and the batch size is 64. And the framework we used to Python. These are the BGC 16 layers as well as RES 50, RES and 50, as well as involution 30 layer, 50 layer here mentioned images. And when we think about this graph, especially involution 50 layer, 50 layer involution model, it performs good compared to other models, that is involution 32 as well as VGC 16 and other model RES and 50. When I'll show it the table so that you will get how each model performed the same data set. Here I mentioned the table. When we talk about accuracy, when we talk about accuracy for VGC 16 model, CNN model, the performance is 82.0%. And RESNet 50 is 90.5, and inception with is 85.5, and 32 layer involution model is 88, and obviously 50 layer involution model is 92.5. Not only accuracy measure, when we think about precision, recall, and effort score measures also, then the involution 50 layer model is outperformed compared to 4 models. Because of, as I said, we reduce the computation time as well as the accuracy is also increased because of the filter in each stride, where while changing stride from one stride to another stride, the filter values that new, the involution model will consider new filters. But whereas in CNN model, that is not available, because the same filter will consider for moving each stride. But backward geek, that weight values may be changed, but the filter is constant. But in involution, not like that. For every stride, the values are changed. It means the new filters will come into the picture, and the weight values are also as well as will change. That's why when we compare with all the with an evaluation factor, they are more customer. And when we come to the conclusion, as I said, let's subtype classification. But when we think about results, INN 50 resolution 50 layer model is outperformed well in all the aspect accuracy, accuracy, recall, and dimension. Its more accurate results can be attributed to the characteristic simulation, which captures location and subtle morphological patterns that, as I said earlier, that is not available. That is changing the filter for each stride is not available in CNN architecture. Then, thank you. Any queries from your side, sir and madam?
Any
Hello.
question from the list?
Hello. I'm audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, it's a very nice presentation. So I have a few questions related to this. First one, it is, can you able to
Assessment,
identify
please.
all kind of blood cells?
Sir,
Hello.
it took
Can you
only
able
4
to
categories of
identify?
yes, ma'am. Assessment, yes. We can. Am I audible, madam?
Yes.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah,
Am I
yeah.
audible?
Can you able to identify all kind of blood cells?
All
Hello. Hello.
only one data set which consists of 4 different madam, assessment. Hello.
Yes. Okay. Is it possible, sir? Can you able to find out all kind of blood cells like RBC or WBC, different kind of WBCs also?
Yes, yes,
Is it
assessment.
applicable?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
possible, madam.
Then
It's possible.
what about the control groups? Whether it is based upon gender or it is based on age groups? Hello.
Yeah, maybe technical glitch is there.
It's okay. Carry on with the
Yeah.
next one. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Now we move forward. I would like to invite Shai Kiran again. Paper title is Green AI, a comprehensive survey on sustainable and eco-efficient artificial intelligence practices. Please share your screen. Who is going to present from the group? Anyone is there from their group? Shai Kiran, Yuvraju, Kanaka, Durga Returi, Vaka Murli Mohan, and G. Suryanarayana. Anyone is there? Okay, then I move forward. Next paper, I would like to invite next presentation, Shudara S. Revati and V. Muthupriya. Paper title is AI-powered email summarization and assistant system for internship and job offer management using LLMS.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, sorry for the interruption. This is sorry, Narayana, sir. Actually, my paper is recently I presented, na? Just now. Due to
Yes.
some internet connection, I think. Hello.
Yeah, sure.
Madam, no, can I? I think someone asked some doubt.
Yeah, ma'am. Ask the question now. He's in.
Actually, due to internet, I think maybe.
Hello.
Madam, please, madam.
Hello.
Madam, please, madam.
Yes. What about the control groups? How you are based upon your age groups or gender based you are taking as a control?
No, madam. Which one you are asking, madam?
You want to compare, right? It is a normal or abnormal cells. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That is your first criteria. So
Yes,
how
sir.
will you identify that controls based upon your age groups or based on your gender?
No, age groups also, madam. That is
Age
also.
groups. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible to find out abnormal cells like that is a thalassemia, sickle cell anemia? These are also.
Already I published one research article, madam.
Okay. Okay.
It is possible.
Okay. Okay, good. How will you go with the future research?
Madam,
Because leukemia, it will be the very big task to managing that. Okay, it is every time we have to go with the CBC.
Yes,
Based
yes,
on
madam.
CBC analysis, they have to carry out these are all the things.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So if you are going with these network analysis, it will be very helpful to the medical industry.
Yes, yes,
So
we are planning actually medical imaging, actually.
okay.
Particularly what you said, that problem. We're
Mm-hmm.
planning. Well, because
Mm.
evaluation advantage is that we can expect a more accuracy, more accurate result compared to
Mm.
CNN models.
Mm.
That's why we are planning, madam.
Mm.
Yes, yes. Already we started work.
Okay, good.
It will take 1 or 2 months. It will take time.
Yes, yes. Then it will be very good for diagnosis, treatment,
Yes,
as well as post recovery also.
yes, yes, ma'am. That is true, madam. That is true, madam.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
it is a very good work. Carry on.
Thank
Thank you.
you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a very good presentation. So, Suryanarayan, that next paper is who is going to present?
Sai Kiran is there, madam. No problem.
Shai Kiran is here.
I think he will join, madam. He will join. Second paper ours, madam. Myself given instead of Sai Kiran, myself given.
Okay, title is that Green AI. Comprehensive survey on sustainable eco-efficiency, artificial intelligence practices.
No,
You are going to present?
no, madam. That is not mine. I think Sai Kiran will join.
Okay, so Sai Kiran is not here, so please inform him.
Sure, definitely.
Okay, so I'll go forward. Please inform him.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Sudhara, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Shall I present it?
Yeah. Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, shall I proceed? Is it
Yeah, start your presentation. Your slide is moving and screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm presenting our work on an AI-powered email summarization and assistant system designed especially for managing internship and job offer emails using large language models. So I'm Sudhara. I did this project under the guidance of Dr. S. Revati, professor. Yes. So the abstract is this project presents an AI-powered email assistant built using LLMs. It summarizes unstructured internship and job-related emails automatically. Key information such as role, company, deadline, and compensation is extracted into structured JSON format. Resume job matching is performed to measure relevance. RAG-based chatbot answers user queries. Experiments show around 65%, 63% time savings over 90% accuracy in identifying offers. So the problem statement is students and professionals receive many career-related emails daily. Manual filtering is time-consuming and error-prone. Existing email clients provide only basic filters without deep content understanding. Important details are often hidden in long email text or attachments. This results in missed deadlines and opportunities. Hence, an intelligent AI-based email system is required. So, related work. Discourse-based email summarization. This work summarizes emails by analyzing the structure of email conversation to identify important content. What it is lacking is it focuses only on summarization and does not extract structured information or support decision making. Related work 2, which is email sum. This work introduces neural models and datasets for abstractive email summarization using deep learning. What is lacking is it does not perform structured extraction, email classification, or real-world carrier or email analysis. So related work 3, so which is dense retrieval for resume job matching. This work uses embedding based techniques to compute semantic similarity between resumes and job description. What is lacking is it works as a standalone system and is not integrated with email processing or conversational assistance. So related work 4, which is retrieval augmented generation for NLP task. This work combines retrieval with generation to improve factual accuracy in responses. What is lacking is it is generic and not tailored for personalized career emails or resume-based prioritization. The next work, related work 5, which is advanced spam filtering using deep learning. This work improves email understanding through spam classification using language models. What is lacking is it focuses only on spam detection and does not support summarization, extraction, or job-related assistance. So from this related studies, we observe that existing solution addresses individual components such as summarization, matching, or classification. However, none provide an unified or end-to-end AI system that integrates email summarization, structured extraction, resume job matching, conversational assistance, which is a key contribution of our work. So the dataset used is, the dataset consists of real-world Gmail inbox emails collected with user permission. Emails include job offers, internships, interviews, application updates. Attachments such as PDF and Word documents are processed. All data is anonymized for privacy. A public dataset is not used due to the personal nature of carrier emails. The evaluation includes about 50 emails and 100 resume job pass. So this slide shows the data pipeline and composition. How raw emails and attachments are converted into structured data. Gmail emails, resumes, and job descriptions act as inputs. A curated dataset is created for processing, which is n equal to 50 and n equal to 100. Outputs include structured JSON and vector embeddings. This enables retrieval based on context-aware processing. So this is system architecture. Emails and attachments are fetched securely using Gmail API. LLMs generate summaries and structured information. OCR, which is optical character recognition, extracts text from attachments. Emails are classified based on intent. Resume job matching computes relevant scores. RAG chatbot enables interactive querying. Results are shown on a dashboard. So this diagram shows the complete end-to-end workflow. Emails are fetched using Gmail Open Authentication. Emails are fetched using, then backend modules handles classification, extraction, and matching. Then LLMs and RAG from the inference layer. Processed results are displayed through the front end with alerts. So models and technologies used are Gmail API for email access, GPT-based or Llama models for summarization and extraction, OCR for document processing, Roberta for intent classification, SBERT and IFTDF for resume job matching, ChromaDB for RAG, and Streamlit for dashboard UI. So results. Key details are automatically extracted from email. Job role, company, deadlines are clearly identified. Interview and offer emails are detected accurately. Resume match scores help prioritize emails. Inbox emails are converted into actionable insights. So this slide shows an Gmail interface. So Each email displays extracted information and match score. The side panel provides summaries and chatbot access. Users can respond more efficiently. And this is another result, which is Smart Dashboard and Drag Assistant. This dashboard provides deadline timelines. Users can compare multiple offers. Resume-based prioritization supports decision making. A RAG chatbot answers personalized questions. Intelligent reply drafts can be generated. So this slide shows the dashboard UI. So where interview tracking and application status are shown. Color coded indicators highlight urgency. The assistant provides AI-driven insights. Cognitive load on users is reduced. So the experimental results. The system performs well across tasks. Overall accuracy remains above 90%. And 85%. Email handling time is reduced by about 63%. Results validate practical usability. So novelty and contributions, end-to-end AI systems for career email automation, integration of LLM, OCR, layout LM, resume matching, and RAG, converts unstructured emails into structured insights. Real-time relevant scoring for opportunity prioritization, and enables conversational access to personal email data via RAG. So limitations depends on LLM inference, latency, and API availability. OCR performance affected by low quality scanned documents, and current support limited to English language emails, not yet deployed as a native Gmail or an Outlook extension. Future scope, deployment as email and Outlook browser plugins, multiple language email and document support, voice-based interaction with an assistant, integrating with job platforms such as LinkedIn, Naukri, and etc. Resume optimization and feedback module, and analytics for tracking application success trends. So this slide lists the key research papers related to email summarization, resume matching, drag, and classification. Yes, thank you.
Any question from the judges?
Yeah, I have a question. It was a very interesting work. I just wanted to know the source of the emails. Is it, how did you take the mails of various people? Am I audible?
So yes, sir, you are audible.
Because you told that you have generated the data. It was, I really liked that part, but I could not understand how did you fetch emails from people. That is what I just want to know. Could you understand my question?
So like your voice is feasible. Can you speak louder, please?
I told that I asked the question like you told in the in your previous slide that the data set is your own generated, right?
Yes, sir.
Then from how did you get the emails? You are taking your emails or your datas, so which I can understand from your work. So how did you retrieve the emails?
So yes, sir, the data set is self-collected, but it is not taken directly from my personal inbox for research use. The emails were collected from multiple volunteer Gmail accounts, including my own test account, with explicit user content and only career-related emails, such as like internship offers, job offers, or internship invitation and application updates. So before using the data, all personally identifiable information was removed, including like names, email IDs, phone numbers, company specific IDs, and sensitive content. So the email were anonymized and used only to evaluate the system, not to train a supervised model. So the purpose of using real emails was to test the system in a realistic environment, because the public datasets do not represent the private and diverse structure of carrier emails.
How did you get the volunteer persons for emails?
So from my friends, I'm a college student. So
You are a college student, the data will be very less then. But did you are from which college? I
I'm
could not
from
get it. Yeah. So your friends will be only from your own college. Did you take any other emails from your friends who are residing in other parts of India?
not from other parts of India, but from other states
Like,
like Bangalore or Andhra Pradesh.
then what is your data size?
So
How many persons' emails did you take?
so the the evaluation data set consists of around 50 real career related emails and about 100 resume job description.
50 emails, do you think is fine?
No, sir. About persons from 50 to 100 persons.
50 to 100 persons. Okay. Okay. So how do you think that your model is better than your other models? What is the success rate of your model based on the other models?
So far, this full process, automation process, is not done by any other model, sir.
Okay. No other, you did not find any other work related to this?
So they have did something like separately. If summarization, they did it separately. And if it is intent classification, they did it separately, other models. But they did not fully automate this full process.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It was very good presentation. Now we move forward. I would like to invite Divya P. Paper title is Visinate and Adaptive Context based on Losness Data Comparison Framework for IoT-enabled women's safety systems. Divya, are you there or any other going to present? Who is going to present this paper? Divya, and another one is Dr. M. Kumareshan, and another one is B. Mani Kandan. Anyone is there? Okay, then we move forward to next is Tanisha Chakraborty. Paper title is Computational Screening of Pseudium vonza and Carica papaya. Phytochemical for anti-gout activity and via hexathene oxidase inhibitions. Who is going to present this paper?
ma'am, I'll present the paper.
Okay, please share a screen.
Yes, ma'am, sure. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes. So I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone, respected judges and all the dear participants. Our topic of presentation is computational screening of Psydium guajava and Carica papaya phytochemicals for anti-gout activity via xanthine oxidase inhibition. I would like to thank the Intelligent Information Systems Design and Indian Knowledge System Applications for giving me this opportunity to share our work. So as we proceed through the presentation, my partner Amita Zordpe will also present. So she'll start with the introduction. So we'll go through this like the introduction, what methodology we used for the screening, and ultimately what results we got, and further the conclusion. Over to you, Amita.
Thank you, Zanisha. Good afternoon, respected chairpersons and dear participants. Myself, Amita, and today I'll be presenting the introduction and methodology of our research work. So basically, gout is a common inflammatory disease caused by uric acid in the blood. This excess uric acid leads to the crystal deposition in the joints, resulting sudden and severe pain, most commonly in the big toe. Here's the enzyme xanthine oxidase plays the key role in uric acid production. Currently used drugs like allopurinol and febuxostat inhibits this enzyme, but they associate with side effects such as liver, kidney, and cardiovascular problems. So, because of these limitations, there are growing interest in plant-based natural compounds which are safer side for fewer side effects. So, we particularly we used Psydium guajava and Carica papaya. So these medicinal plants are rich in bioactive phytochemicals. However, these are anti-gout and anti-gout potential and the molecular level is not so well explored. Therefore, the aim of this study was to evaluate the phytochemicals from Psydium guajava and Carica papaya for their ability of inhibit xanthine oxidase using computational or in silico studies. Tanisha, you can change the slide. So the methods we used is with the selection of phytochemicals. The phytochemical compound present in Psydium guajava and Carica papaya were identified using PubChem database. Next, we did the method we used is drug likeness screening. This compound were screened using Lipinski rule of 5 and Swiss ADME, where we check the drug likeness property and oral bioavailability. Then we check the ligand preparation. The selected compounds were converted into the SMILE formats to PDB format using Cactus tool, making them sustainable for docking studies. Then we started to study about the target protein. Here the target protein we took is xanthine oxidase. Xanthine oxidase was selected as the target protein since it is key enzyme involved in the uric acid synthesis, protein synthesis and protein sequencing and the structure information where we obtained from the drug bank and protein data bank. Then we studied about the protein modeling and validation. The protein structure was prepared and validated using Swiss model. Structural quality was assessed using Ramachandran plot and molecular probability and Cuman score to ensure the reliability. Then we did the molecular docking. Finally, molecular docking was performed using CB-dock tool to study the binding interaction between the phytochemicals and the xanthan oxidase. Based on this analysis, we evaluated that binding affinity and the interaction patterns of each compound. So this is the workflow, which methods we used. Now I'll proceed to the Tanisha. She will explain further. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the result part, first, as she told, we extracted the structures which we got, like we used Cydium guajava methanolic extract. Okay, we from the leaves. After grinding the leaves, we we put it in methanol, and then from the methanolic extract of the leaves from Carica papaya as well as Cydium guajava, we found many compounds present in both the plants, and for further analysis, we took them we composed them as ligand, and then we analyzed those ligand and validated them. For the ligand analysis and validation, first we performed the Lipinski rule of 5, which is to evaluate the drug likeness or to determine if a compound with a certain pharmacological or biological activity has chemical properties that will make it more orally active, and that can be consumed by humans. So according to the Lipinski rule of 5, we have the molecular weight of the compound should be less than 500 Daltons. The hydrogen bond donor should be less than 5. Hydrogen bond acceptor should be less than 10. And the log P, that is the partition coefficient, should be less than 5. If all after or through this all process, like the 4 list, if the violation of the compound is 0, we can proceed further with the pharmacokinetic parameter analysis. So in this table, as you can see, allopurinol, the drug which we actually was used as against what compounds we found. So here it's already a good compound, but still, as Amita told, it has some certain side effects like rashes, nausea, and cardiovascular problems. We took phytochemical compounds from the Cydium guajava and Carica papaya. So we got caffeic acid, quercetin, camphorol, ferulic acid, cinnamic acid, especially from Cydium guajava, and p-cumaric acid, and also from Carica papaya, carpine and flavonoid glycoside. We took these compounds because they contributed 0 violation, but for chlorogenic acid, rutin, quercetin 3-arabinoside, isoquercetin, and guajaverin, we could also use that based on, like, if we do a certain nanoparticle, we cover that and minimize the problems it is going to have when it enters the body. So for further analysis, we did pharmacokinetic parameter analysis from for the absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion part, where pharmacokinetic study is an important field of study. It provides important data on the behavior of molecules. Okay, so for the log S, the lower the log S, that is, the log S should be more than -4. So it should be like -2 or -1. So it should be most of the drug in in real life, they 80% of it has a log S of more than -4. So, and it should be soluble and the gastrointestinal absorption should be high. The blood-brain barrier should not, the drug compound should not have a blood-brain barrier, and the bioavailability score should be within 0.55. As we can see here, the caffeic acid, quercetin, and camphorol, the common compounds present in both Cydium guajava and Carica papaya, has almost 0.55 bioavailability score. Further, through docking, we'll see like it has greater efficiency in inhibiting gout than allopurinol. And also from Carica papaya, carpine and flavonoid glycoside also proved to be great, excellent compounds to be used in the drug discovery. And for the log S part, it proves that the solubility of a molecule when it enters the body, like if the drug is injected through veins, that is intravenous injection, then it has greater solubility and bioavailability also, because like it reaches through bioavailability score, it proves that it reaches the systemic circulation faster. So intravenous has 100%. Because we are searching for orally active, we have to take many other parameters into concern. So here we as I have mentioned, like due to the lower log S value, the phytochemical compounds present in Cydium guajava were all soluble. Along with in Carica papaya, flavonoid glycoside proved to be an excellent compound for the drug analysis. So further, we found the target protein first. As we know, allopurinol, that is a drug which is commonly used for as a medication of gout. It was first approved by the FDA in 1966. Okay, so after we collected thorough information from the drug bank database, we proceeded to see that xanthine oxidase is identified to be the target protein which allopurinol is targeting to inhibit the gout. So we extracted the 3D structure of xanthine oxidase from Swiss model. First from the PDB database, then we feeded the FASTA and BLAST sequence into the cactus cheminformatics to transform them, and then further to for the through Swiss modeling, we found that Ramachandran plot, and through all these parameters, that they have a mole probability score of 0.81, which is provided to be outstanding, and it has a very highly refined, and it is an accurate model. The clash score was very less, and because the clash score was less, it has like very low steric hindrance, and the Ramachandran plot was favored with 96.92%, as it has excellent backbone geometry. The Ramachandran outliers was 0.30%. It is because it is a very large protein, it was acceptable, and the Rotameyer layers indicates that they have well versed side chains like A412 serine. The C beta deviations had 5 residues. They had minor local distortions, and the bad bonds were almost 0, with a perfect bond geometry for the target. And for the bad angles, it was less than 0.5%. That is, we can take that with acceptable limit. Further, for the structural stability validation, we found the Cumin score of 0.28. Through the Cumin score, we saw like the C beta deviations, which was 0.91, and the solvation was 0.4, distortion of minus 0.0. In the last graph, as we can see, it is the local estimate plot. It shows the predicted per residue similarity to the native structures that is already present in the PDB database, with a higher score that is in the
Juma
blue
Mukherjee,
section.
1 second. Juma Mukherjee, please unmute yourself. Mute yourself. Hello. Hello. Juma Mukherjee, mute yourself. Audio. Juma Mukherjee, are you there?
Ma'am, can I
Yeah.
proceed?
Yeah, proceed now. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. With higher scores that is present in blue, that is indicating the well-modeled regions, and the red scores which are very less, they are the lower scores representing they are structurally less reliable areas. The first picture that showed like the global model quality using the normalized Q mean 4 and Z score compared with the non-redundant set of PDB structures, where the red star that generally indicates the position of the generated model relative to the experimentally solved proteins that are of similar size that is already present in the PDB database. Um, so further, we did docking through the CB doc tool. We fed them different PDB PDB after they are converted through the cheminformatics model. We fed them the target protein, that is xanthine oxidase, and then we fed them all the different compounds. Then first we fed them like allopurinol, which provided a VINA score, that is a docking score of -61, which is good, but that proved to be much lower than what is expected to have in our compounds, what we found through methanolic extract of the our plants, Cydium guajava and Carica papaya. For the caffeic acid, the VINA score was -7.5. With a cavity volume of 1696. Quercetin also -9.7, which is a which proved to a very good compound to be further studied, with a cavity volume of 1696. Camphorol with -9.2, that is having a cavity volume of 2641. Ferulic acid with a VINA score of -7.3, which is still better than allopurinol, having a cavity volume of 1737. And further, cinnamic acid specifically found in Cydium guajava with -6.8 and with a cavity volume of 1696. P-cumaric acid -7.1, 1737 cavity volume. But which proved to be great was the compound found in Carica papaya, that is flavonoid glycoside, having a VINA score of -10.4 with a 3290 cavity volume. And lastly, carpine -8.7 with 3857 cavity volume. These VINA score and cavity volume proved that all the amino acids present in the target protein, uh, they had great interaction with the ligand, like hydrophobic bond interaction and the ionic interaction. Even we got like pi interactions and also hydrogen bond. Lastly, these are all the docking pictures we obtained from the CB doc tool, where the number A on the left side is allopurinol. Number B is caffeic acid. We can see like it has a great interaction between the drug and the ligand, between the protein and the ligand. C is quercetin. D is camphorol. E is ferulic acid. These are the common compounds present in both Cydium guajava as well as Carica papaya. But in the right side, the peak number A is p-cumaric acid and B is cinnamic acid from Cydium guajava specifically, and C is carpine and D is flavonoid glycoside from Carica papaya. So lastly, for our conclusion, we got acceptable results that the drug-like compounds that are present in Psyllium guajava as well as Carica papaya had good solubility, pleasant gastrointestinal absorption, as well as very good bioavailability. And they were found through the acceptable Lipinski's rule of 5 and Swiss ADME screening. Flavonoid, glycoside, quercetin, and camphorol showed the highest binding affinities, commonly outperforming the common medication allopurinol according to molecular docking. The different amino acid residues in the active site, the glutamate 332, tryptophan 336, arginine 426, lysine 422, and aspartate 430, and substantial negative binding energies suggest that there is a high probability of generating ligand enzyme complexes that will efficiently reduce uric acid synthesis. Through this, we got the last 3 points where the charged residues of all these aspartate, glutamate, arginine, and lysine dominates because it is consistent with ionic and hydrogen bonding roles in phytochemical binding. Small residues like glycine, serine, alanine, and threonine appears often with flexible backbones that is common in hydrogen bond networks, and aromatic residues of tryptophan and phenylalanine, which are enriched and they are key for hydrophobic and pi interactions with the phytochemicals. This distribution of this polar plus charged residues, they have stabilized binding, while aromatic amino acids, they provide hydrophobic anchoring. So this should not be the end of finding that normally in nature, normal fruits and different parts of trees are actually valuable medications for humans, either than using normal allopathic medications regularly for a disease which can be cured through normal natured provided plants. So a future study should include molecular dynamic simulations to assess complex stability under physiological conditions, in vitro enzyme inhibition assays, so that to validate extra carefully that yes, it is inhibiting xanthine oxidase, and also in vivo studies to assess more pharmacokinetics, toxicity, and therapeutic performance. So lastly, this is the metabolic pathway extracted from the KEGG database, where the red pointed lines show that the de novo pathway for purine metabolism, and as we can see, this green marked, that is 1.17.3.2, this enzyme is xanthine oxidase, xanthine oxidoreductase actually. So it is present as both xanthine oxidase and xanthine dehydrogenase. Xanthine oxidase is the main enzyme responsible for the generation of uric acid and also the generation of free radicals. So if you have to handle that carefully and not to let them deposit in our bloodstream so that they can generate into uric acid crystals, that will eventually cause hyperuricemia, causing inflammation and like too much pain in the joints or the like especially the big toe of a human. We performed this study. So these are the references we used, all the databases we used, and thank you.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's very elaborated presentation, I guess.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I have a question.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
is RMSD value in docking? What is RMSD value in docking?
Ma'am, the mean standard deviation in actually, ma'am, wait.
Okay, how much it will be good for docking? How much
Uh,
value of RMSD it is good for docking?
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
How much RMSD value is good for docking analysis?
Ma'am, 1 minute. Ma'am, because we should have, like, because of the mall probability score and everything, as we see here. Okay. So yes, so as we see here, the mall probability score and the clash score and everything, it should be lower, as because it lower as RMSD value, it suggests that it has a better agreement between the predicted and the reference structures that will actually provide a more accurate prediction for the docking purpose. So because it is like RMSD value is often used to assess like the accuracy of the binding model. Okay, so with a low RMSD, we have a successful docking simulation.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. It's a good presentation. Carry on.
Thank you.
Any other question? Okay. It is a very good presentation. So now we move forward to next. I would like to invite P. Divya. Paper title is Optimizing IoT Sensor Data Management for Women's Safety and a Visinate based dynamic data stream simplification approach. Who is going to present this paper? Anyone is there? That P. Divya, Lakshmi Priya, and Kirti GS. Okay, then now we move forward to next.
Sorry for cutting the flow. If you permit, we will proceed with presenting the paper 3.
That green AI?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. You can.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ananda. My topic of the paper is BDA, a comprehensive survey on sustainable and eco-efficient artificial intelligence practices. So, as you know, nowadays AI is very important, playing a major focus on innovation. So, we are going to discuss today how this green AI is going to affect the emissions and computation power and problem time, model time, etc. So that we are going to discuss today very deeply, and what is green AI and what is red AI. So constructing and deploying large-scale AI models require significant and deep computational and processing power, which leads to high energy consumption. As you know, energy consumption is more because of that, carbon emissions will come. Green AI is another paradigm in AI with emphasis on energy efficiency, resource efficiency, and environmental responsibility concerning AI research and application. So this environmental responsibility is also very important. That's what we are going to discuss here. We have provided a thorough review and discussion of green AI practices, evolved from early model compression practices and solution to the most current ways of training and deploying AI in a sustainable way. So how these are going to happen, that we are going to discuss here, depend upon the models and what are the deploying AI models we are going to discuss. Generally, our approach here is of 5 categories. First, we would like to see about the algorithm efficiency by pruning. So generally pruning the model, we discuss about the pruning the model here. And quantization, the 30-bit model, how we can reduce it and how to consider and all those things. And distillation, how this teacher model comes to the student model and etc. And efficient architectures, what are different architectures that are available for reducing the emissions and all. The second category here we are going to discuss is about the efficiency in hardware with specialized accelerators and chips, that also we are going to discuss, and low powered edge devices with IoT devices, chips and all, how these are going to affect the emission pattern and all we are going to discuss. Third category is about the efficiency in software and frameworks. Using low precision training, adaptive scheduling, and optimization resource-intensive compilers. How these compilers are going to affect and what are the energy resources and what is the emissions that are going to occur because of this efficient compilers. Fourth category is about the systematic and reporting practices such as carbon footprint measurement, energy aware benchmarks, what are the benchmarks that are available, and what is because of the green AI, how the things are reducing and all we are going to discuss. And policies of it. At the end, we are going to discuss about the end of life management, how this hardware replacement and all those things we are going to discuss here. So we will just have a primary introduction about these things. So training state-of-the-art AI systems require enormous data and computational power. As everyone knows, data computation power is there, plays a very important role here. For example, a large transformer-based language model could consume terawatt hours of electricity. So this ChatGPT or a BERT or whatever everyone knows, it consumes a lot of energy, and because of that, emission also will occur. Equivalent to the life cycle emissions of 5 cars. So 5 cars are emissions that if you run a ChatGPT or BERT model is going to take. These costs increases further when models are updated, retrained. So even though we retrain the models, so then also this consumption occurs and emissions are going to happen. Fine-tuned for specific tasks are scaled as cloud-based services. AI's environmental footprint does not stop with training, but also include inference involving billions of edge and mobile devices performing predictive analytics and decision support. In edge computing, what will happen? These edge-based devices are going to do analytics. From there, you are going to get for the servers and all, where this energy consumption is there and emission is there. So where we are going to get some decision support, some support we are going to get to take some decisions. This emerging challenge has led to clear distinction between red AI and green AI. Red AI refers to prevailing paradigm that consider accuracy and performance over resource efficiency, even in the situation where performance gains are minimal, whereas green AI gives priority to energy efficiency. This is where this green AI is going to affect. That is the difference between red AI and green AI. And computational sustainability we are also going to occur. For example, training ChatGPT 3 used around 1,287 megawatt hours of electricity. See, that much of MWH hours it is going to take, resulting in approximately 500 to 550 metric tons of CO2 emission, comparable to the annual emissions of the overall 100 gasoline-powered cars. So it is equivalent to 100 gasoline powers, roughly 500 transatlantic passenger flights. So too much it is. So that here where we can stress for the green AI and what is the importance of green AI, how we have to convert to green AI in future. This is very, very important. The open source Bloom model will also take 505 tons of CO2 emission across its hardware life cycle. The difference seen are mainly due to the infrastructure setup, hardware configuration, choice of model design. For example, consider the very first popular neural network, LXNet. Everyone knows 2012 we have got LXNet, which is the preliminary for our LLM. Everyone tried to use it. Then later they moved to the other models. It produced only 0.01 tons of CO2 during training. So this is enormous growth in energy usage and emissions seen today are a result of giving least priority to energy efficiency. Here, first we consider 5 categories. First category is how to reduce this particular emission, where we can concentrate on algorithmic efficiency. So how this algorithmic efficiently, if you write, how this is going to affect the green AI and red AI? Definitely, there is a lot of chance. So as everyone knows, the pruning the model is very, very important here. Pruning is the process of cutting out unnecessary parameters or connections from your trained network. So in a model, we are cutting the few unnecessary parameters where while training to create a smaller, sparser model. So the sparser model we are going to get. In generally, this is more economical because it requires less storage and less compute at interference. So less storage we are going to get. Because of that, automatically the computational efficiency will come up and inference will also be less. The lottery ticket study and few other studies shows that 90% of weights can often be pruned for some tasks and remaining subnet can be trained or fine-tuned for competitive performance. So we can reduce the weights. 90% also we can reduce. The example is lottery ticket. Quantization decreases the numeric precision of model activation and weights. So from 32-bit to the 8-bit integer to decrease the memory footprint and speed up matrix operations on the hardware and support low precision instructions. And knowledge distillation is also one of the important here. We are going to bring from the larger teacher model transfers its prediction knowledge to a smaller student model through the use of softened outputs or intermediate feature representations as auxiliary training objectives. For example, applying distillation to BUT resulting in distill BUT. This model is approximately 40% smaller, approximately 60% faster than the retrained 97% of the BUT performance. Similarly, mobile BUT is a distilled model. Everyone knows it. The mobile BUT is a distilled model designed in a meticulous way. It is approximately 4.3x smaller and approximately 4 to 5% faster than BUT-based model and is negligible drop in squad metrics. And even though we go for the efficient architectures, it is one of the category where we have to observe. Designing architectures with efficient as primary design objectives, we obtain models that achieve accuracy at a minimal computation cost. Two of the examples are mobile optimized CNN, the mobile net family, which leverages depth-wise separable and convolutions and compound model scaling. Sparsely activated and conditional computational models that route includes inputs through a limited subset of parameters. Next we go for the hardware efficiency, where we can have algorithms improvements are essentially but not enough. Green AI in practice requires hardware that performs neural assembles with a low energy cost per operation. That is very, very important. Low energy cost per operation, a high throughput per watt, a strong system level utilization, data center accelerators, GPU and HBM based devices. So the cloud TPU systems are also there, where cloud TPUs are specialized hardware optimization for machine learning workloads. And Google Cloud TPU V4 and TPU V5 are examples for this. Edge ASCIIs are also one of the parameters. General purpose SOs and NPUs are here. For example, Apple M series chips, Qualcomm Snapdragon SOs are example for it. And neuromorphic research chips are also efficient here. Software, the third category is where we have to consider for green AI and red AI is software and framework optimization. Compiler level optimizations are very important here. Frame level scheduling and runtime efficiency. As everyone knows, the scheduling and efficiency is also important. Asynchronous execution stream scheduling is also very important, where data transfers enables parallel execution of computations and data transfers, reducing waiting time and improving overall throughput is important. Memory reuse and checkpointing. Here reuses memory buffers and selectively stores intermediate results reducing memory usage and energy consumption during training time. Next, distribution training optimizations. These optimization improve scalability and efficiency when training AI models across multiple devices or nodes. Communication optimizations reduces transfer overhead through techniques such as gradient compression and efficient collective communication. Parallelism strategies are also very important here. And next comes the category systematic and reporting practices. So here we are going to see that what are the standard metrics, structured reports, very difficult to compare energy efficient results across studies for sustainable AI. Transparency is the core pillar. Standardized metrics for energy and emissions. Standardized metrics helpful for measuring and comparing the environmental impact of AI system. Energy to accuracy trade-offs. Evaluates how much, this parameter evaluates how much energy is consumed to achieve a certain model accuracy, encouraging efficiency model design. Carbon intensity of energy sources are very important here. Considering how clean or carbon heavy the electricity sources is when running AI workloads. Let's imagine model A used 1 MW to improve accuracy from 85% to 86%. Then we define energy per accuracy gain is 1 MW per 1% improvement. For instance, training BUT-based model consumed approximately 0.65 MW of energy. It emitted approximately 280 kg of CO2. However, but a large model used approximately 2.6 MWH. It emitted approximately 1000 kg of CO2. You can see the difference, 280 kg to 1000 kg of CO2. The improvement is 1.2% of improvement in accuracy on glue. So in this way, the green AI is more efficient. Tools for measurement and transparency. So here the tools we are going to track and report the environmental impact of AI experiments. So we use Code Carbon. It's a Python package. During the training phase of Hugging Face models, it estimates the energy consumption of hardware components such as CPUs, GPUs, VRAM, how they are affected by this green AI. And because of the above categories, what are the impacts we are getting? We need to run Code Carbon in the background while training model. Experiment Impact Tracker, EIT, it is called, very much famous, monitors resources usage and provides emission estimates for AI experiments. And organization policy level practices are also very important. To implement it, the organization have to follow the strict rules and try to implement these models. One is carbon-aware scheduling. Microsoft revealed that carbon-aware scheduling can reduce CO2 emission by 30 to 60%. You see, the percent is very high. Up to 60% we can reduce it by shifting the AI training to specific hours. So in specific hours, if you are able to use it, then automatically 60% up to 60% we can get, during which cleaner energy sources are available. Workloads with renewable energy available is high or carbon efficiency intensity is low. So carbon offsets versus carbon reductions, regulatory pressures. The European Union also have taken a mandate act of AI. So it is also very effective. We can expect a similar disclosure rules for AI model training by 2030 by around the world. So it is going to reduce the emissions. What are the problems we are facing around the world now is going to reduce a much more. So end of the life management, what are the hardware we are using? So the life cycle, we have to take care of the life cycle. When it is manufactured, when it is disposing, when it is recycling, these are the important factors of the carbon footprint. So here, end of the life cycle, the disposal recycling, 5% impact it is there on this particular thing. Next, the recycling and disposal of AI hardware. E-waste growth in the year 2022, less than 20% of electricity waste is recycled. But this number is significantly increased. Nowadays, AI such as GPUs, CPUs, and ASICs are used often. These accelerators need to be replaced every 2 to 3 years. Material recovery. Recoverable material includes precious metals such as gold, cobalt, and rare earth materials. Only 50% of these materials are recycled every year. Poor disposal practices result in leakage of toxins into soil and water. It has to be taken care. Very important. What we are doing in our computer labs, what we are doing in the these data centers are very much important on this particular event. Extending hardware lifespan. You can also extend the lifespan 2 to 4 years. It will also result in a good practice. Workload tiring. The GPU's workload also very important. Refurbishment is also the thing. Lifespan can be further extended by reselling the hardware in secondary markets, but we must check the performance before reselling. Okay. And the challenges we are having is standardization, policy and regulation, full life cycle assessment. Standardization, a unified metric combining flops per watt. Everybody knows it, very important. Energy per accuracy gain and carbon intensity does not exist. Although ML commons in developing ML perf energy adoption has been limited. Policies and regulation, AI related to carbon impact is still voluntary. So it up to 2030, we can expect a lot. Full life cycle assessment. The current metrics focus only on energy consumed in the training phase. The complete hardware life cycle is not taken into consideration. Conclusion, I would like to conclude, respected judges. Sustainable AI suggests research to move from red AI to green AI. So according to this survey, system level procedures like carbon aware rescheduling and standardized reporting can lower the carbon footprint by up to 60%. Techniques like quantization, pruning, mixed precision, checkpointing, zero optimization can reduce efficiency by 2 to 10x. So this is what I want to say. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Very happy to present in front of you. Thank you, sir.
Any question from the judges?
No question from my end.
Okay. Very good presentation. Now we move forward. I would like to invite Soumik Mukherjee. Paper title is Connected Mind, Inclusive Futures, Bridging Digital Gap in Higher Education. Who is going to present this paper?
Good morning, good afternoon, jury members. My name is Srija De, and we will be presenting this.
Okay, please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing it shortly.
Yep.
Is it visible to everyone?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here we are discussing a very significant issue. So in today's time, higher education system is expanding faster than it is equalizing. While access has increased, alignment has not. There is a widening gap between what higher education promises and what students actually experience, between curriculum and employability, policy and practice, opportunity and outcome. And this is where our research begins. We are examining the root cause of this misalignment and probable solutions. Let's begin. Bridging digital gaps in higher education. Moving on. So digital inclusion ensures everyone can access, use, and benefit from technology. 3 dimensions: access, motivation, and skills. And everyone must reach full digital empowerment. In the next slide, There are technology that advances daily, and without inclusion, students fall behind permanently. Access transforms learning outcomes, and exclusion causes anxiety, depression, isolation. We are either preparing students or abandoning them. Moving on, the global digital divide. The numbers are stark. 83% of urban residents have internet and only 48% in rural areas do. Rural students cannot access online resources or compete globally, and this gap is widening. And we will see that this gap prevails. Digital inequality extends beyond connectivity. 90% of adolescent girls in low income countries are offline. Cultural norms and cost block their access, and this gap encompasses everything. Moving on, we'll see the barriers in higher education. In higher education, barriers compound. Low-income students share phones, lack broadband, perpetuating this gap. Rural campuses struggle with 2G connection and power cuts. These create the foundation for deeper problems. Here is what the infrastructure gaps mask: skill and cultural barrier. Students lack digital literacy and confidence. Caste and class further restrict participation. But the deepest barrier is cultural. Gendered norms restricts women's ICT use, boys get devices, and girls get left behind. And these are the systematic barriers. Moving on, the impact on mental health. Exclusion creates psychological harm. Isolation predicts anxiety and depression. Low self efficacy compounds stress. COVID data proved this. Students without computers experienced significant distress. They don't just fall behind academically, they suffer measurable mental health deterioration. But here is a hopeful part: digital resilience. It's the ability to navigate tools safely, regulate emotions, and seek support. Inclusive digital environment producing measurable mental health benefits, belonging, well-being, confidence. And with resilience, students thrive. And now my co-author, Mr. Shomik Mukherjee, will show you how we bridge these gaps. Over to Shomik.
Very well. Let us see some of the bridging strategies. First is the role of the government. Now, governments must expand broadband infrastructure and they must subsidize devices for rural and low income students. Similarly, public and private partnerships can deliver low cost devices, training, and connectivity even to remote campuses. Moving ahead, we can see the various digital literacy programs which can be integrated into our curriculum. So digital literacy should be embedded across various disciplines and it should not be treated as an optional skill. Educator training, educators need continuous training in ICT use, online pedagogy, and inclusive teaching practices. Similarly, various cultural sensitivity programs must address gender and caste barriers to ensure inclusive participation for all. Next slide. The blended learning and hybrid flexible models combines offline mobile-based and in-person learning which helps to overcome connectivity issues. They help in peer interaction and pedagogical quality. Moving ahead, we see many mental health integration like student awareness and education training. Digital awareness campaigns should, should support mental health care. Mental health literacy should be introduced early to help students recognize distress and seek help. Similarly, for educator training, faculties in the universities and schools must be trained to identify the various psychological distress which are experienced by students due to the classes being held online. Next slide. These are some of the preventive interventions. First, they should provide digital awareness campaigns and peer support groups which should promote preventive mental health care. Accessible support and online wellness corners and chatbots can often provide confidential, and stigma-free support for all. Early detection and digital screening tools help in early identification of anxiety and depression. Similarly, immediate access to online counseling and virtual therapy ensures that no student is left behind. Now, moving on, we shall see the various case studies that we have come across. First is the University of Arizona. So, the University of Arizona uses AI powered LMS systems to personalize learning and improve student engagement even for remote learners. In India, we have the IIT Bombay's Swayam and virtual labs, which allow students nationwide to access high quality education and practical learning. Similarly, Amity University's in house LMS and audiovisual based learning provide an immersive learning experience digitally. Similarly, as I am from West Bengal, I am proud that Tutopia shows how local language based platforms can promote digital literacy and self learning even in the underdeserved and rural regions. Moving on to the next slide, we shall see some of the recommendations. First, it goes without said, government policies. Governments must invest in rural broadband, device subsidies, and national digital education strategies. We have already seen the government implementing the NEP 2020, eVidya, Swayam, and Diksha. They should ensure online education complements face to face interaction. Moving on to the next slide of institutional capacity building, students should focus on faculty training and strong student support systems. These support systems should offer virtual tutoring, mental health services, and accessible learning materials to ensure holistic development of our students. Next slide. Finally, we can see how community and PPP roles help in the collaboration of bridging the gap. NGOs and tech partners can help create community tech centers and sustainable digital inclusion. This will supply cloud tools, ensuring sustainable, culturally responsive digital inclusion. Next slide. Now, to conclude, digital inclusion is about people and not just technology. While digital learning experience expands and accesses flexibility, unequal resources and skills still limit many students. Moving forward, inclusive policies, strong infrastructure, and attention to mental health well-being are very essential to ensure digital education which truly empowers everyone. With that, we conclude our presentation. We are really thankful for the opportunity that has been presented to us. Thank you for listening, and we would really value your feedback and insights. Thank you.
Any question from the judges?
Good presentation. From my end, there is no question.
Okay. From this, we completed all the presentation. So thank you to all presenters for sharing your valuable research contribution. Anyone's presentation is left, please inform me. So after a break around 5 p.m., we returning here for the valedictory session and winner announcement. And another is our chief guest keynote lecture is there. He's from USA. We rejoining sharp 5.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Hello, good evening. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Dr. Sumit Kumar.
Hello, Dr. Sumit Kumar. Nice to meet you.
Me too, sir.
We are all set and we have like 20 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we can just relax, no problem. Okay. I will go get a coffee.
Right.
Welcome back after a tea break. Now we come to one of the most prestigious moment of our conference. It is our honor to welcome our chief guest and distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Gustavo Jubieta. Sir is Director, High Altitude Pathology Institute, La Paz, Bolivia. Sir is a globally renowned medical scientist with the over 126 research publication and more than 72,000 reads worldwide. So today he will enlighten us on the biological laws of adoption. Sir, we are deeply honored to have you with us.
Thank you very much. I feel extremely honored to be present in such an interesting and future trending conference in India. Above all, I would like to thank particularly Dr. Prenom Bakchi for contacting me and inviting me to join you. And of course, all the organizers that have worked so hard with this conference. It is a delight to be present in India through technology. I have the fondest of memories of India, and for instance, this is one of them. So I have several of these. I have been to India 6 times. I will be visiting India once again in, hello, Dr. Bakchi, good to see you. I have been in India. Good to see you again. Wonderful. I have been in India 6 times. My next time is probably is going to be in February. The Embassy of India here in Bolivia has invited me to participate as I am the advisor of the Ministry of Science and Technology here in the Bolivian government, a new government that has a futuristic point of view. So I'm going to be joining the AI Summit in New Delhi in February to speak about many aspects of science, of course, so and technology. So I am ready to proceed with my conference, Dr. Bakchi.
You can start, sir.
Okay, very
start.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to share my presentation. Here we are. Mm. Mm. Okay, we are all set to go. It's an honor to be at the Intelligent Information Systems Design and Indian Knowledge System Applications Conference, January 8th to 9th, 2026. And the talk I'm going to give is called The Biological Laws of Adaptation. It's a very interesting talk. I have to explain that the reason why I'm talking about this subject. Darwin said it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. This is interesting. He says the most responsive to change. But he also, and that is adaptation. That's why I'm going to talk about the laws of adaptation. This is my latest work. It was presented in February 2025 at our 9th Chronic Hypoxia Symposium. But he also said, nor the most intelligent. And I truly question that. The most intelligent are, of course, the humans. Thus far, it seems that all species have intelligence. I am absolutely certain of that. But the levels we have achieved as humans are, of course, outstanding. But do you know what the biggest threat to biology is? Is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence surpassing human intelligence. This is really dramatic. It may seem for many that it is a blessing in many ways, but the fact of the matter is that this creates uncertainty in biology, because this new upcoming robot that Tesla is designing, a very intelligent man Elon Musk is creating, not only taking us to space. I have several projects related to space travel under chronic hypoxia, high altitude, but here we deal with the uncertainty of biology. You see, I have put the Optimus robot bigger than man. He truly is going to be bigger than man in all aspects. Do you know that the efficiency of surgeons will be disappearing? Elon Musk has estimated in 3 months, I'm sorry, in 3 years, these robots will be able to operate surgically with much more precision, efficiency, 24 hours, perfection, the surgery. So this means surgeons are going to be gone. Right now, 50% of all human activities related to intelligence are gone for many people with this technology. This is why I'm concerned. Man, woman, in these robots will reproduce themselves. They don't have a male and female as humans and animals have in order to reproduce, in order biology to reproduce. So they will reproduce themselves immensely, and unfortunately, humans will suffer from that tremendously. That's why I put this to show you that humans are at risk. They really are. Now, let me talk about the biological adaptations, the loss of biological adaptation, because we have to protect the human intelligence. It is a treasure of the universe. I truly believe we're the only ones in the whole universe with this level. So we have the types of biological adaptation: genetic adaptation and physiological adaptation. Genetic adaptation gives rise to arises from Darwin's evolution, millions of years in genetic change. But physiological adaptation is a lifetime survival tool. Our organisms have to adapt physiologically. It takes days to months, or maybe sometimes longer, and it has to do with epigenetic expression. In any event, it's facing change. For instance, aging is a physiological adaptation. We have adaptation to gravity, adaptation to growth, adaptation to society, adaptation to disease and old age. But we cannot reverse this, although some people think that one may do it with technology. But you see, we have aggressions as beings from bacteria, from fungi, from mosquitoes, insects, animals, viruses, pandemics, and so on. We are in a big threat. The hematocrit is the level of red blood cells in the blood, the percentage of red blood cells in the whole blood. When I went as a visiting professor to the University of Copenhagen, my normal hematocrit here in La Paz is 50% all the time. This is my adaptation to low oxygen levels. When I went down to Copenhagen, after 3 months, I came back because I would come and go during 4 years, coming and going to my laboratory and working in the laboratory at the University of Copenhagen with Professor Paul-Erik Paulev. And when I returned to La Paz, my hematocrit had dropped to 36%. Normally, most doctors talk about anemia this means, oh my God, you don't have enough red blood cells. The thing is that my system was so efficient with handling oxygen, my adaptation to high altitude, that all my system, my red blood cells were excessive when I went to sea level. So I had to recover when I came back to Bolivia, to the altitude of La Paz at 3,500 meters. I had to recover, as you see here, in the number of days, and I had an acute adaptation, intermediate adaptation, and a full adaptation when I would reach my normal hematocrit of 50%. And that is where diseases can happen, of course, during the adaptation process, but it takes around 40 days for me to achieve my normal hematocrit in La Paz. That's what we call physiological adaptation. And in La Paz, we have 2.5 million inhabitants living between 4,100 and 3,000 meters of altitude, all adapted, but some, of course, with diseases. This is the city of La Paz. Look at this beautiful sundown with all the mountains surrounding us, and we have much growth around the city in buildings and so on. The most practical model for understanding physiological adaptation is high altitude adaptation, because it's a significant change and it can be evaluated very well. Exposure to acute and chronic hypoxia. This is a thesis I wrote when I was a visiting professor at the University of Copenhagen, human adaptation to high altitude and sea level, acid-base equilibrium, ventilation and circulation in chronic hypoxia. And it is a change. When I was in Copenhagen and I had to come to La Paz and then back to Copenhagen, I had a change in 3 axes. Latitude, which was a season lag, going from north to south. Longitude, which was a time lag, the hour change. It was 5 hours from Copenhagen, but it's 9.5 hours to China or to India. And altitude is the third factor of the third axis that I had called the oxygen lag, low oxygen at high altitude. And this is the book that was published by a German company with that dissertation. I want to introduce a new concept that I had already talked about in the India Motor Neuron Disease Conference in June 2023. We questioned the use of the term acclimatization on exposure to high altitude. To acclimatize is to adapt to a different weather environment, climate, from a hot to a cold environment, from a humid to a dry environment. And this, or vice versa, of course. And climate, you see, when you look at the Greek word klima, which came to mean latitude, and the Earth was divided into 7 latitudinal regions. Acclimatize should not be used to refer to a change of altitude, and hence variation of inspired oxygen pressure. Temperature and humidity change in the same environment, however, inspired oxygen does not change in the same environment without altitude change. In other words, if you're at a certain altitude, the temperature and the humidity can change, but not the oxygen pressure. So we introduce a new concept because science requires absolute precision. We propose a change in terminology. When we refer to altitude change or inspired oxygen change, we shouldn't use acclimatize or acclimatization. We should use the term hypoxize or hypoxization. Hypoxize means ice refers to subject to hypoxia. That's what we do when we come to high altitude. Or hypoxization, the process of becoming hypoxic. This is a very important concept for the future. Even I have proposed that space capsules should travel in a chronic hypoxia environment similar to La Paz, because here we have 1/3 less the pressure of sea level. This is a great advantage in space where there is no atmosphere and no pressure. At sea level, we have when we measure the arterial blood gases, a PaO2 of 98 millimeters of mercury, a PaCO2 of 40 millimeters of mercury, and a hematocrit of 42%, for example. If you come to the city of La Paz, When you arrive to the airport of La Paz at 4,100 meters, it's located on the top of the mountain there. PaO2 is 60 millimeters. When we take a blood sample from your arterial blood, the PaO2 is 60 millimeters, the PaCO2 is 30 millimeters. And if you come very fast and you start doing activities, you can suffer acute mountain sickness, which is headaches and shortness of breath and so on. But you could also suffer some more severe diseases like high altitude pulmonary edema or high altitude cerebral edema. This is because you do not adapt. You don't have enough time to adapt. That's why the factor of time, if you come up slowly to high altitude and you take it easy, you can go in steps, then your hematocrit will rise like mine has done to 50%. And then you will have a remarkable adaptation to chronic hypoxia. We will have longevity. We have extended longevity at high altitude. We have stronger immunity. We have improved survival capacities because hypoxia is a challenge. I wrote an article at BLD University in India. It was first published, Extended Longevity at High Altitude, Benefits of Exposure to Chronic Hypoxia. This is from Professor Kushal Das. Professor Tupil Venkatesh is the person that brought me several times to India, and he has come to Bolivia for our chronic hypoxia symposium, also over 8 times, I believe. This is the ages of people that were 100 years or more at different altitudes in the departments of Bolivia. Starting from the lowest department on the left is 221 meters to Potosi, which is the mining town, 4,100. You can see that people older than 100 go up in relation to the population numbers. You see, we increase longevity as we live higher. This is due to hypoxia. One of the cities in Chuquisaca, located at 2,790, that's where they have most people that are older than 100. This is per million inhabitants. And of course, this is due to several other factors that has to do with very good climate at Chuquisaca, and it also good, not only the good weather, but some hills in the mountains, and also good wine, probably. This is a graph to show adaptation. I won't go into very much details right now because of the time constraint, but as you can see, adaptation involves many factors which are related to the acid-base status of blood. It is related to pulmonary artery pressures, to the increase of hypoxia-inducible factors, genetic expression, molecular changes, the increase of erythropoietin, nitrous oxide, vascular endothelial growth factors. We have much more capillarity in our vessels, and so on. And that curve in the middle, the red curve you see, is the hemoglobin going up. That's the fundamental adaptation for adaptation to high altitude. Here I have just to show how the physics laws apply to the oxygen transport triad, which is the pneumodynamic pump is the lungs, the hemodynamic pump is the heart, and the hemoglobin is the third factor. And how we apply the different laws, Gay-Lussac's law, Boyle's law, Fick's law, Henry's law, Pascal's law, to the transport of oxygen from the environment all the way through the alveolo-capillary membrane, through the pumping circulatory system, and all the way to mitochondria for life. And as you can see, as you know, there's very important basic laws of physics, among which the very most important one is thermodynamics, which is such an interesting law. And the 3 laws of thermodynamics state that the total energy in the universe is constant. The second law, the total entropy in the universe is always increasing. And the third law, the entropy of a pure, perfectly crystalline substance at absolute zero is zero. These are very important laws of thermodynamics. And you see, there are many constants in physics. The Planck's constant, the speed of light in vacuum, the hyperfine transition frequency, the elementary charge, the Boltzmann constant of entropy, Avogadro's constant, of the molecules, and the luminous efficacy monochromatic radiation. These are important constants for measuring everything. And there's only a partial list of bioconstants. There's here some that have been mentioned, but it's not very precise as the physics. It's because, as the biologist says, even among those who fully agree that a system-level perspective is appropriate in biology, only a small number actively engage with the science of complex systems. So now I go on to the subject. That was the background for the biological laws of adaptation. This is the work of many years here at high altitude, studying, seeing patients, studying physiology, studying biochemistry and so on, and mathematics. As you will see, we apply it here. The first biological law of adaptation, this applies on, it's focused on high altitude, but it will apply to any form of adaptation. Whatever we do, every single moment, our organism is adapting to our environment. Our immune system is working nonstop, just like the heart, every second, defending us from bacteria, viruses, and all kinds of aggressions, gravity, fractures, and so on, and rebuilding our tissues. So these laws adapt to all adaptation, but they are focused on the model of high altitude adaptation. Adaptation is directly proportional to time and inversely proportional to change, as you see the first formula there. And when we relate it to altitude, adaptation is related to time over altitude change. The actual formula that we have evolved is the one that's shown below. Adaptation is equal, with respect to time, is the maximal adaptation, 1 minus e to the minus k, which is a constant of adaptation divided by change, and the time factor. It's a very interesting thing. So this is what I've shown you what happens with my increase of red blood cells, because at sea level, I had 36% hematocrit, very low number of red blood cells. But when I come up, it's 50%. 50% of my blood is red blood cells. This is an adaptive process. And as you can see, this, if we take the derivative of this curve, adaptation always has to be positive. It has to be positive. And when it reaches the optimal level, when my hematocrit does not increase more, that's the derivative of hematocrit when it becomes zero. No more growth. So this is the altitude adaptation formula for a fixed altitude. The only significant variable is time, because mountaineers are climbing and changing altitudes all the time. But when you come to a city like La Paz, it's a fixed altitude time change. And so we have a formula. How long does it take for your red blood cells to adapt to an altitude? We multiply the kilometers of altitude where you're going, and you multiply by 11.4. La Paz, it's 41 days, as you have seen in the studies that I have made here in Bolivia. And to adapt to Everest, an altitude of 8,800 meters, it would be around 100 days of slowly building our red blood cells. But this adaptation also applies to muscle building. For instance, if you see here a skinnier person on the left, and you see Arnold Schwarzenegger, all these follow a curve, like you see here, the growth of strength, and it follows a logarithmic curve, because this is a biological response to change. And so a weak man to become strong will take several weeks to do it. That's the muscle adaptation to more charge of work for the muscles. And you see the similarity of adaptation of increasing the red blood cells. This is very interesting. This is a biological response to change, which applies, as I told you, to absolutely everything in life, adaptation. The second biological law of adaptation is adaptation is the inverse of entropy. As you know, entropy is if you have organized molecules here at the left, in a space, you open this, you let them into a room, and they all start going into a disordered reaction. They're all reacting with each other. This is called entropy. The whole universe is based on entropy, as we all know. Actually, it's chaotic in a certain way. But from this chaos comes life somehow. It is a random accident of chaos that life has been created. So entropy is defined as S, is defined as growing, always increasing, always increasing. And adaptation, likewise, is always increasing. We always tend towards adaptation. It's fundamental to comprehend that. In 1945, Schrödinger gave a series of talks in relation to what is life. And this was fascinating. He based all this fundamentally on logic. He was a particle physicist, but he was asked to give a talk about life. And he gave very interesting concepts. It's a small book that I recommend that every scientist should read. What is life? And I would have loved to be with this man, but time, of course, does not allow us to share moments. What his work, What is Life, inspired the discovery of DNA, because he talked that somehow there were crystals that were forming our life and our cells and so on. And so Watson and Crick read the book What's Life and then started looking for DNA, and they came up with the structure of DNA. And they won the Nobel Prize, as you know. The third biological law of adaptation: the energy of living organisms is temporary and limited. In biology, organisms require permanent nutrition along with oxygen for the generation of energy. Nutrition involves the daily ingestion of water, proteins, carbohydrates, fat, minerals, and vitamins. Respiration involves the capture of oxygen. The end of life results from no food ingestion for several weeks. If you don't eat food, you can die. If you don't drink water for 1 week, no food and no water, in 1 week you will lose your life. But it will take only 5 minutes if you don't have oxygen. So that is important to truly understand. The first law of thermodynamics states the energy of the universe is always constant. The third biological law of adaptation states energy in biological beings, unlike the energy of the universe, is temporary and limited. We have to feed ourselves all the time. Robots, the Optimus robot, will be requiring energy. You see, all the time, energy will be the factor. And most probably it will be the energy from the sun that will charge the robot all the time. But this, as I told you, becomes a big threat to biology. The fourth biological law of adaptation: the adaptation time frames vary according to tissue buildup, biochemical changes, organ nutrition, immunity, and psychological attitude. Adaptation follows a formula. Adaptation is equal to S log W, just like the law of entropy. You see, this is the formula of the increase of red blood cells. Y is equal to 3.792 logarithm of X, the days, and plus 36, in this case, the starting hematocrit. This is a very important formula of the red blood cell capacity to build in our organisms. Going from low altitude to high altitude, you see, that's very interesting. That's what I showed you in the previous graph. But going from high altitude to low altitude also has some changes. And in this case, we have studied here how our hematocrits in 3 people went down over a time of 20 days. It takes 20 days for me, when I go to sea level, to reduce my red blood cells to the optimal there. But you see, it's a linear decrease because it's not a buildup, it's a destruction and stopping the building of red blood cells to face hypoxia. The fifth biological law of adaptation is the efficiency of adaptation is proved by reproduction and survival time. Reproduction, of course, in biological beings is essential for our existence. And of course, the derivative of reproduction over time has to be always positive. The European society has lost already, they have not reproduced enough. And this is going to bring big complications for the racial characteristics of the Europeans. But of course, in other parts of the world, there are enough reproduction. However, as I told you from the beginning, you see, you require a male and female in most of the species, of course, biological species, to produce the offspring reproduction. But in the technology, in the creation of robots in the future, that will be surgeons, that will be servants, that will do mechanics, that will do everything, they don't require a male and female. So reproduction is only self-reproduction from machines. The sixth biological law of adaptation says that adaptation has a metabolic threshold limit that if surpassed is lethal. This is a beautiful graph from Professor Samaha, a good friend. We have just published an article. He's from the University of Milano in Italy. And what you see is you have a challenge, a normal value. When you face a challenge and you're altered in that challenge, the change, like coming to high altitude, you can have three types of responses: an excessive response, an ideal response, or an inadequate response. And that's very interesting because if your organism is not working well, then you may not be able to adapt, which is sick people coming to high altitude. For instance, also, if you go too fast, too high, some people climb Mount Everest and they don't have enough time for adaptation. You reach a threshold limit and you can die. This is a very interesting graph. I'm going to be a little brief, but that was during the pandemic. When you get, for instance, when you get COVID, when some people got COVID, the lungs were destroyed. As you can see here, this is an X-ray of the lungs. The lungs are clear, they're black. But then you see the spots of growth of bacteria. You see how the white spots in your lungs, that was what we call pneumolysis, destruction of red blood cells. Not pneumonia, pneumolysis. And your lungs were when some people's lungs were totally taken by COVID, you see the red line here of the arterial oxygen tension going down during that phase. The ventilation did not go up very much, but at a certain point, carbon dioxide could not be held in your organism because there was so much destruction of the lung. And that's when it shooted up and there was a gasping. You saw some people breathing very hard during a day or two and then dying because the surface area of the lungs was terribly compromised. You see that during the first phase, there's an organism attempt to adapt, but the aggression is so big, the threshold limit is reached and life is lost. The seventh biological law of adaptation expresses that adaptation always follows the least energy expenditure rule according to species or race. In physics, one of the fundamental laws, the principle of least action, developed by Joseph Louis Lagrange, an Italian mathematician. It has been applied in biology of populations. First of all, this Lagrange was applied to classical mechanics, thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, fluid dynamics, relativity, particle physics, and string theory. But now, it has also been applied to biology of populations, the biological growth of populations. But we now propose its use in adaptation. Successful adaptation always follows the least energy expenditure rule according to species or race. And we use the mathematics of Lagrange as a concept to explain exactly what that means. Lagrange stated that it's the kinetic energy minus the potential energy. You see here Lagrange in the equation with the integral going from time 1 to time 2 is the least action principle of the integration of the kinetic energy minus the potential energy with respect to time. In adaptation, in the lower equation, in this graph, in this slide, you can see that we use the same Lagrange, talking about the kinetic energy minus the potential energy with respect to time, and we call it the least energy principle, because you need energy to adapt. The fundamental factor of adaptation is energy in this seventh biological law of adaptation. Lagrange states this formula. The negative sign is there because motion progress is determined by how much energy is left after overcoming the resistance. This is in physics. And these formulas are showing exactly that. So the principle of least action in physics refers to the movement of an object from one point to another following the shortest route. The potential energy is when you have a ball held in your hand, for instance, gravity is pulling it down. That gravity is the potential energy. And so when that ball drops, that's the kinetic energy in action. So I must say that the principle of least adaptation time applies to adaptation as the organism chooses the fastest possible time for optimal adaptation, as this results in energy saving and success in adaptation. So time 1 is when you start before you have a change. For instance, when you're going to high altitude, you are in perfect functioning in your organism, you're doing exercises and activities. And time 2 is when you finally adapt to change when you arrive to La Paz or high altitude, and you are perfectly adapted. So the potential energy in biology can be interpreted as the capacity of the organism to adapt in optimal function to achieve homeostasis and biological equilibrium in his natural environment. Homeostasis is the state of balance between the different organ systems with optimal organ function and hence survival. Is when you're feeling great, you have slept well, you have fed yourself well, your organism is functioning in harmony, you're happy, you're doing your activities. That's homeostasis. The proteins in the body, along with their biomolecular interactions, are accurately predicted today through AlphaFold and Rosetta Fold, as you all know, a revolutionary change in protein design. I know that Dr. Bakchi and your teams are specialists. This before the exposure to the environmental change, so everything is perfectly aligned when living being is in perfect state of health. The kinetic energy in biology can be understood as the energy required by physiological and molecular changes during adaptation to change, in recovery, in search of the recovery to homeostasis. This also means in disease. For instance, if you suffer from a cold, you see you have an aggression of a virus, then your organism has to loses the homeostasis. You feel very sick, you have fever, headaches, you're sweating, you feel short of breath and so on. The kinetic energy comes into action, and to your organism immune system immediately begins to try to fight the aggressor, which is the virus, but also to rebuild your tissues that have been altered. That's with any disease process, that's the kinetic energy in biology. That's how we are defining it. The kinetic energy can be interpreted as an additional expenditure of energy involving the macrosystemic, the physiological, and microsystemic molecular adaptation mechanisms upon facing the change at time 1. That's when the change first starts. And when you achieve the successful adaptation, you get rid of the virus, your cells rebuild and so on. That's the time 2, the perfect adaptation. And finally, the 8th biological law of adaptation. Loss of adaptation can only lead to death in a very short time. In other words, the derivative of adaptation over time If it goes in the negative way, you only can face death, the end of the organized biological systems, the biochemical systems in your body. That's when it's over. So man can adapt to any altitude, even the summit of Mount Everest. This is my father. He was my mentor. He passed away in 2015. He was convinced that man could not only adapt to 4,000 meters, as it is here in the city of La Paz. He said man can adapt to even 8,841 meters, provided there's enough time for adaptation. So you see, you have to take into consideration the biological laws to effectively survive. So he wrote, the organic systems of human beings and all other species tend toward adaptation to any environmental change within an optimal period of time and never tend toward regression. There can be no loss of adaptation or de-adaptation that inevitably leads to death. A very important sentence that is in his mausoleum where we have his ashes. So he wrote an article saying that forever, this is a law of life, loss of adaptation does not exist. So these are the biological laws that I have shown you, and it takes time to understand them, but they play a fundamental role in life. We have to protect life. We have to protect these biological laws of adaptation become our life insurance for survival of all species, plants and animals, in relation to the technological advance, which is marvelous, which is magnificent, but it is a threat to biology. Because right now, with the artificial intelligence, we are all using artificial intelligence. You are writing things, but it's not you that is writing. It's the artificial intelligence that's writing. And when someone receives something written, if it's long, he puts it in the artificial intelligence to make it short. So who's speaking to who? Is it a human to human, or is it an artificial intelligence to artificial intelligence? You see the threat where it becomes, a point comes where we drop off the biology, we drop the humans from the formula. And so this is why the biological laws of adaptation that I have developed are extremely important and will become the crucial factor for us to survive all the change of artificial intelligence. This is one of in our institute, we have a hypoxic adaptation chamber. We can put people from the altitude of La Paz to sea level when they come and get sick. We have treated everyone that has had high altitude disease, has been treated perfectly well, 100% at our institute in 55 years of existence. The knowledge has allowed us to adapt them properly to high altitude and never lost a life. But people have died from high altitude diseases elsewhere, here in Bolivia and around the world. In fact, we wrote a paper that I hope sometime you can read. It's called High Altitude Adaptation. I'm sorry, it's called High Altitude Pulmonary Edema, High Altitude Cerebral Edema, Acute Mountain Sickness, an extended view from the high Andes. You can look it up on the web by putting my last name. There we explained that we can treat these diseases of adaptation to high altitude to a city like La Paz with 100% success. And there are some minor cases that have come with diseases, like cardiac diseases that will require that they cannot fully adapt in a short time. They could do it in a long time, but generally the people, it's best for them to go down. But this is a very, very small fraction. Most people will adapt. And so when we wrote this article, several scientists from Europe, the United States, said, no, this is not possible. They did not believe we could treat these diseases perfectly in a city like La Paz. But it's a fact. It's written and it's real. That's the knowledge of adaptation. This is the importance of dealing with this subject that I have shown to you today. That's the beautiful formula of time over adaptation, and that's a beautiful mountain called Sahama, and the beautiful llamas. At the base of Sahama, it's at 4,300 meters, you see, and at the summit, it's 6,542 meters. And that there on the top, we carried out a stalker game to show the capacity of adaptation to high altitude. These guys were the guides and porters that help mountaineers in this area. They climbed up to Mount Sahama from the base of Sahama, from 4,300 meters to 6,542 meters in the morning. They left at midnight. They arrived there at 10 a.m. They set up the poles. We painted the balls like my father suggested because he was the leader of this. The balls are painted orange and the goals are painted black and white so they could be contrasted. And they played 20 minutes per side. Look at them play at such an altitude perfectly well. When we were going to do this, they told us, don't do that, somebody could die. No, they were well adapted. Their organisms adapted perfectly. They played 20 minutes per side. They tied 2 to 2. At one point, the ball went through it was a goal, but the ball went down the mountain. And it was interesting, but one of the international reporters said the ball went down to sea level. No, it didn't go down to sea level. It went down to 4,300 meters. But as you can see, we took up several balls because we planned this could happen. In any event, this is a marvelous expression of how people can adapt to a condition, to a change that's extraordinary. You know, Indian soldiers, we were invited and received by the Minister of Defense of India several years back when we went with my father, because you had to go to Kashmir and to the frontier with Pakistan, and they moved soldiers to 6,000 meters. And every time I gave a talk in India, some doctor comes to me after the talk and says, I believe you, doctor. That's right. I lived 1 year at 6,000 meters and I did perfectly well. So I want to show you this photo of me, my father, and my daughter, Natalia. Natalia is right now she's an MD. She's doing a PhD at the University of Calgary in neurosciences. She's almost finished. My father passed away in 2015. This was the last conference we went. He was 89. He passed away at 90. And we're both grateful to all our collaborators. And as you may know, my father was named the Mountain Guru in Bangalore at St. John's Medical College. And this was thanks to Professor Tupil Venkatesh. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Any question from audience?
No questions?
Because sir, you explained very well, na? So everyone is understanding everything.
I hope so. I hope
Yeah.
so, dear. I hope so, dear, because the subject can be complex and it has some mathematical complexity also. Hello, Dr. Satish. Right, Chankai. I can't hear you. Your microphone. Your microphone, please. Your microphone is off. Turn it on, please. At the bottom. You have to turn your microphone on. At the bottom. Yes, there you are. Okay. I hear you.
Nice to hear you, sir.
Nice to hear you.
Session was very good. but due to some other constraint, I was able to hear only a partial of you. But whatever I heard, that was very good, very good.
Thank you, Dr. Satish. I hope there is a recording. I don't know if Dr. Bakchi has recorded this. It would be great that you can have a recording. And I would also like to have a recording because I have said new things in this conference. That's why I thank Dr. Bakchi for inviting me, because he stimulates me greatly to think the different things. And that's why I have to be honest with you, Dr. Bakchi. This morning I woke up very early because over the night I was thinking new ideas that I have expressed here.
Yeah, the adaptations I really found, because we also feel that whenever being in India, we also travel out of country, and we within a day or two we get ourselves acclimatized to the new conditions abroad. So
Yes.
found it very much correlating with including me, because I also traveled, and within a day I feel I get adjusted. It is also true that
Yes.
I traveled in the cold regions, but yes, the time difference as well as many other factors were also there. So really, your theories are apt for all.
Wonderful. Yes, yes. I think it will grow in time.
Yes.
I hope I was in the right time for the presentation. Timing.
Exactly. It was the right time.
Yeah,
Okay.
You was 20 minutes early.
Oh, I started earlier, right? Oh, yeah, I presented myself.
You
That's
were
true. Yes. Yes, but I was given 45 minutes, so I think I kept up to the time restraints.
Right, sir.
Yes. Well, I hope I can meet you, Dr. Sankaye and Dr. Bakchi, personally, perhaps in my trip to New Delhi in February.
Okay.
It is a big AI summit, a big AI summit. The first one was in London. The second one was in Seoul. The third one was in Paris, and now the fourth one is in New Delhi. It's a very big event. For instance, the builder of the NVIDIA hardware is going to be there, and big scientists. So it's going to be an exciting event.
Okay.
Excellent.
So
I hope to see you there.
hope so. At least we can have some interaction when you come to Delhi.
Yes. Are you in Delhi? Are you in Delhi right now?
Not sure, but let's see if possible.
Right, of course. Perhaps we can meet. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome, sir.
Yeah, I request all the participants to turn on their video so we click a photo with sir, get a memory.
Okay.
Done, Bagi sir?
One moment.
Yeah.
Yes, done.
Thank you very much, sir, for this extraordinary keynote address full of scientific depth and wisdom.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Happy to join you. Good. All the best to you for this year, and we'll be in touch.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, sir. So now time for a valedictory session and announcement of the winner. So all participants are waiting for that.
We are not able to hear you, Mamta madam.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Yeah. Now I am going to announce third position. We have two participants on third position. First, third position is Shai Kiran. Paper title is Capturing Subtle Morphological Differences in Blood Cell with the Involution Based Networks. Shai Kiran, are you in there? Okay. And third position is Shudara TSMS. Paper title is AI powered email summarization and assistant system for internship and job offer management using LLMS. So these two papers are on third position. Now we announce second position. Second position is oral robot Nithi Prakasham. Paper title is Data Augmentation Technique for Convolution Neural Network Based Vocal Pitch Estimation in Carnatic Music. Now I'm going to announce first position is Tanisha Chakraborty. Paper title is Computational Screening of Phytoshidum guzawa and Carya papaya phytochemicals for anti-gout activity via xanthine oxide and inhibition. So these all our winners, and I also going to announce appreciation. Appreciation is for the Deborah. Paper title is Synthesis and Characterization of PEG Stabilized Gold Nanoparticles for Sensitive Detection of Water, Pollutant and Volatile Organic Compounds in Biomedical Applications. Another appreciation is Menon Money Wadiwell. Paper title is A Comprehensive Review on Breath Analyzer as a Point of Care Device for VOC based lung cancer risk prediction using deep learning. And another appreciation is Soumik Mukherjee. Paper title is Connected Minds, Inclusive Futures, Bridging Digital Gaps in Higher Education. So all this winner, I am going to congratulate all the winners. And you all are getting your certificate, e-certificate as soon as possible.
Thank you, madam.
Heartiest congratulations to all the winners. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend sincere gratitude to our honorable dignitaries, keynote speakers, judges, organizers, and volunteers, and all the participants. Your presence and contribution made this conference truly meaningful and successful. With this, we formally conclude today's conference session. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, madam. And thanks for everything. Thanks for calling.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.